And so a lot of this is, yes, we already knew some of these trends, but it's good to have them solidified again. So in terms of, those are the first three deliverables that you see in the preliminary report. Deliverable 4, what we're most excited about, and here we're really getting into the meat of this project, is the recommendations for the new model. We've got a few aspects that sort of, like I said, foreshadow what those recommendations are going to look like. We have a series of principles for design and implementation of the new model. So aspects like students coming first, aligned to the Virginia plan, accounting or at least recognizing institutions' various abilities to raise non-general funds, mainly through tuition, and also recognizing institutions' special missions, whether that's an HBCU designation or enrolling high rates of low-income students. These are the sort of what we hope are the principles that are going to help us inform what the actual model ends up looking like. So we do have the principles, and we do have sort of a conceptual framework for how to fund higher education. But at the end of the day, with our various constituency groups that we've been meeting with, regularly with this working group of the finance heads, we've been calling the FAC 8. We've been meeting with them bi-weekly, and we'll continue to throughout March. That's an opportunity to get very specific on some of these aspects and hopefully be able to connect those principles of design that I mentioned to the actual design of the model itself. And then we're also meeting with the OP6 work group bi-weekly as well. So I think we've had close to about 75 communications all together, both via email updates and meetings on this, both between the institutions, all the stakeholders around Capitol Square. So we're going to continue to do that and going to do our best to assess or document major decisions that are made, but then also measure consensus in a way that is productive. I don't think we're going to get unanimous consensus on every specific component of the model, but if we get to sort of items that most people can live with, and hopefully that most people are willing to move forward with and adopt as a new way to fund higher education that is transparent, accountable, and frankly just strategic. Just because, as we know, there's so many different ways that Virginia funds higher education, and it's not always connected to what our goals are overall. So this is entering a very exciting part of the project. We've got about 6 months left, as Wendy mentioned. The final report is due July 1. That will give us an opportunity to make some specific legislative and policy recommendations for the following October. And then, of course, we've got one more year for the biennial budget after that, which hopefully, if this project is successful, I think we'll see the model being used in the budget process. But certainly a lot of work to do between then and now, and a lot of varying constituents that are very interested in this project. But so far, so good.
Tom, thank you for your commentary and for your work. I really appreciate what you shared with us today. Based upon the principles that you have sort of just indicated are guiding your formulation of the plan, I like that notion, but the cynic in me hears opportunities for politicization of that. And I'm just wondering, and maybe Peter might want to comment as well, do we think this is really going to have any traction for implementation once all is said and done? It's a lot of work on this, taking a lot of time to put this together. But in reality, it's going to be politicized, and are we going to make any significant change?
Yes, sir. Well, I certainly hope so. And I'm trying to be clear-eyed about even involving the institutions so closely, just because there's always an opportunity to take something we all thought we agreed on and then use it for your own benefit. And certainly during we have other examples where we've seen institutions use real data and to make it look like they're worse or better, just depending on the situation. And I think that's perfectly natural and fine. But there's certainly a risk that we're not going to be able to get this adopted. And even just thinking about specifically, Schev will make our recommendations as we're required to do. It's still up to the governor's office to adopt them and reflect them. And then, of course, there's the legislative process there too. So there's all sorts of ways that this could not be followed. But I think there's still a lot of opportunity for progress. I've been happy with the institutional representatives that have been on board and have been very cooperative and have improved the project, as well as the folks around Capitol Square that they really want some transparency and accountability for the amount of investments that the general fund makes into higher education. So I'll defer back to Wendy and Peter on that for any more details. I mean, I guess the optimist in me just can't help but try to continue this project and make it the best it can be. But
you need to continue that. To be optimistic, you have to do that. But just realizing the changes on the landscape with regard to education policy that we will probably see over the next 4 years causes me some concern.
I do think we have a little bit of an opportunity in that we're establishing the principles first before we get into implementation. So we have the opportunity, whether it's through the 6-year cycle, inclusive of the budgets, whatever, tell us how you're actually doing that relative to these principles. May or may not work in terms of the mechanism, but at least gives you an opportunity to come back and say, okay, we established this. Are you achieving that in terms of the way you're implementing? And if not, tell us why or why not. And I think it gives you a little bit of the lever of that.
I think we're also going to try, that's a very good point, Sarker, and we're going to try to go back to the principles and say, hey, you guys, we all agreed on this.
Right.
But even beyond that, we are exploring the option of even having some sort of fast polls for the finance officers on specific aspects of the model. So, if it is something like the model should recognize non-general fund revenues in a way, and then if we, at least get from a Likert scale, the majority liking it or strongly approving that, that might be something we might be able to go back to and go, like, well, guys, we agreed to this. So we're trying to be very specific about how we document those decisions and, again, the assessments of consensus.
Thank you. I have 2 questions or points. One, during the course of the study, you all sat down with the employees of Virginia folks and the higher education business council. Have they signed off on the principles or they engaged in this activity?
We have when Inchems, the contractor, first started the project, we invited them to come to Richmond and sort of meet everybody. And we did go by and talk to the Virginia Business Higher Education Council specifically about it. And they were interested, and I can't recall if their platform included a reference to the cost study.
I think they did. We've informally still been in touch as we've been working on some other things like the internship, discuss what's been missing from our budget. So it is on their radar.
And then the second question is, what's the plan for this transition in the new administration of bringing them up to speed on, the history of this project, why it started, and what's in it for them?
I think we're definitely aware of the need to onboard a new member from the Secretariat, both Secretariats from the Op 6 working group. I think, largely on the education side, we are waiting for the announcement of a deputy secretary in charge of higher ed. But once that happens, I think we'll definitely try to onboard them, bring them up to speed. And I guess, we've built our website. I should have mentioned from the beginning, schev.edu/cost study has all this information that I've sort of gone through. And we'd be happy we've got slide decks to bring them up to speed as well, or sort of, informal conversations too. But I think my understanding so far is we really are kind of waiting for the deputy secretary announcement.
We did talk with the transition team and brought this up to the transition team regarding this because there were some questions they were asking about things. And we said, well, we have a cost study that's looking at that. So we try to also answer it in a way as they're asking about a problem they might be looking to address. We try to say this could be a solution, but as Tom said, waiting for people to come into office is good. I think the other thing I want to note is we have had some legislators who are interested in this and met with two yesterday and spent 30 minutes with one, an hour with the other, with the legislative staff as well, money committee staff who also do that. So I think we are trying to build on lessons learned from one that was done in 2000 that I think from my understanding was a little more legislatively driven. And so you can hear, which one resonates well and lessons learned from different ones and try putting on kind of some of my project management risk thing, what could go wrong and how can we think ahead on that? And I think we've tried to build a lot of that already in. But there'll always be curveballs and other things we can't anticipate.
Well, one thing we do know, just from a legislative constituency perspective, is that from between 2000 and now, there have been a lot of different tuition models tried, attempted, and aborted between and amongst the Virginia schools. So I think it is a helpful thing to do as you're getting into this next phase, sort of what are the lessons learned of why they were abandoned? Because it will bridge and then resonate back to constituents for these various legislators. We didn't have this in place, and this is why this was aborted, and this is why we think these principles are important, and here's what we plan to do going forward. Because that's the kind of thing that matters at the grassroots level in terms of students, parents, constituents. Yes, I'm sorry, you were saying something?
Sure. Two quick questions. We want to first thank you very much for working on this. This looks like an enormous amount of effort on part of lots of different folks. The different models of funding, and you guys summarized this in presentation. What was not clear for me was what are the results of those models of funding, which one yields what type of results, and therefore we can kind of lean towards one or the other. So to the extent that it's there, it'd be nice to see it in the draft report. And then the second question is with respect to where are we leaning towards 6 months out? So my guess is that you already have a framework in mind. Is this a base plus performance or enrollment, or where are we headed towards? And at least at the board level, we should at least have some indications in terms of where we headed, rather than further straight in this process.
Sure. So I'll take the questions in order. The first question in terms of which models are most successful, it all depends on what your dependent variable is, right? How you define success. I will say a lot of folks point to Tennessee as a good example of a state that where they've incorporated a new funding model. It's been adopted. People have followed it. They sort of went through this comprehensive process with all the different stakeholders. And they have seen their education attainment rate increase over the last few years, and graduation rates increase. Now, Virginia already has pretty high graduation rates on average, and we also have the 6th highest college attainment rate in the nation. So, whether that's a fair way to assess it, I'm not sure. But we do want our model to be aligned with the Virginia plan, which does involve increasing attainment rates, making college more affordable, but also we want it to be used. So I think I think we're going to see the successful models are ones that are transparent. People, different stakeholders were bought in from the beginning, and it's kind of easy to understand how it's how it all works. In terms of what are some of the common comparisons of that, we've seen there of course are various definitions of performance. Like what actually is performance metrics. And, you could say that an enrollment, like you got a student enrolled and they're in your class, that's performance, and that that contradicts kind of what we normally think about. But generally, I think successful states find this balance between base funding that maybe has to compared to previous years, and also compared to there's enrollment, there's sort of inputs, and then there's kind of a sweet spot of performance funding that is usually averaged over a period of years, so you won't have too much volatility. And it's usually, anywhere between 15 to 30% of the total funding overall. So there are some sort of best practices that we're learning about. And again, I would generally point to Tennessee and Louisiana as well. And a few of the things that Louisiana has done that I've been impressed with is just recognizing the institutional missions. They've actually designated some institutions to be access institutions based on the amount of low-income students they enroll. I think that's another aspect that we want to see to avoid any unintended consequences on the performance funding side. And also, this is a way to align with our strategies, is to our ways to weight student performance by their demographic. So we've looked at ways that Nevada, for instance, largely funds higher education on the semester credit hours produced. But if a credit hour is produced by a student with a Pell Grant, it's given a 1.5 multiple. So I think recognizing institutional missions, various aspects for of student performance and student background, being transparent, and just sort of not trying to avoid that volatility. We see a lot of sort of 3-year averages and things like that. So that kind of merged a little bit into your second question in terms of what we're expecting. Did I get close to that?
No, it's helpful that the context and the report is very valuable for establishing the context. So what I'm asking is, we're sort of at the tail end of this process. And it sounds like Tennessee and Louisiana are the models that make a great deal of sense for us to sort of dig into and utilize elements of that. Is that fair to sort of summarize?
Well, I wouldn't quite go that far, sir. I think that would be premature in terms of sort of the conversations we've had with the money committees and with our different working groups. So I think that's a little premature. And there is a conceptual framework in I believe it's Figure 3 in the preliminary report that shows these are sort of the ways to the different aspects of funding. Whether it's frugal, which is just sort of keep the lights on, just a minimum amount of funds needed to protect the asset, the institution as a state asset, recognizing scope. So that's sort of the special missions, whether there are activities that an institution does that's of strategic importance, like maybe it's STEM or nursing. Scale, that's the size, and then the performance incentives. So that, I think it's Figure 3, I think provides maybe a little bit of a preview of maybe how we're thinking about it. But at the end of the day, in terms of applying it to Virginia's unique state budget process, we couldn't necessarily say that those are the components that are going to be in the model.
And then to Pat's earlier point, which is how do you think about institutions that have larger endowments, have a bigger political voice in the funding process itself versus the mission of the sort of the higher ed council itself, which is access, greater affordability. And how does that incorporate it?
Well, we are very cognizant of the practice of, legislators funding projects that are perhaps a little more narrow in scope in terms of statewide strategy. So maybe not fully strategic from a statewide perspective. And I think we're never going to get to a point where all general fund support for higher education is guaranteed to come out of this formula, out of the new model. And because things do change, and legislators, that's their purview, is to influence the general fund support for higher education. So I think we're always going to see specific projects, specific initiatives that are of varying importance or again strategic statewide. So I don't think we're going to try to account for 100% of general fund support for higher education. Just recognizing that. So I don't know if Wendy or Peter, if either of you had any additions to that political aspects of sort of how we deal with that. But
Yeah, and I would just say that, there is something, and I think it's either code or budget language, that we do need to be cautious of taking into consideration institutions' endowments in our funding decision model, so we have to be very cautious about that, so that is not something we can factor in because of the laws regarding that. In terms of the policies, again, these are things that, we have to get to this in a consensus model. And we'll have the capacity and everyone at the table in March. So it is a tight timeframe. We are going to be galloping from March to July. But if we start to do too many decisions just from a Schev perspective, we run that risk of going in a direction. So, at the end, we're looking at something that everyone can agree upon, can live with, however we want to frame it, that is still getting in the direction that aligns with what we've set forth in the principles.
Right, just a suggestion on that front, because I appreciate yes, we want to be able to be confident that your recommendations are aligned with, and they should be, because we're trying to communicate through the process and all that kind of stuff. But perhaps at our next meeting, we could see the principles that you base that on, and actually have a discussion about those and endorse them, saying that indeed they are what we like, which, helps build a little bit of confidence that at the end of the day, we're all going to line up together around here.
Yeah, actually, they're in, it's a long report. I think they're at the end of that report, and we'll share them and be happy to get feedback and spend a little time on it.
I just want to add, I come from a healthcare background, as you all know. When we had our biggest fights, we always came back to principles. And if you rely on the principles and you read it, the endorsement of the principles come through, I think that's something you can always fall back on. It takes you a little bit of the principle practice.
You'll note the first principle is students first.
Right.
And then we'll agree to that. So, and that was it sounds really good. I know that once you get into it, it's quite as familiar with something too excited of.
Well, I know some of the folks in the consistency of this, the top 6 or 8 or however many there are, I think probably will have a fairly good understanding of that, because the principles themselves, I think it's not going to be devoid of politicization later, but I think in terms of the team itself, I think it's probably got a good consistency. And it's on page 44, page 125, page number. Okay, anything else? Awesome.
thank you.
Okay, on to, is it Lee, and we have FAFSA application?
Yeah, I'll kick things off and then let Lee to talk you through it. I just want to say before we get started, and I could be misstating this, but I think this is really the first major student application that Schev has launched. Other states have added these things, but some of those states are actually running state financial aid or dealing with things. So this is new for Schev. It's new for our staff. I'm sure Lee Endes has grown a few more gray hairs learning about the process of what it takes to implement things. Having worked at BCCS, we had a whole team of IT people to help you launch something. And we were fortunate, we did get contract help with it, but it took a lot of time with Lee and his team to get this going. So I want to commend him and his team for getting this launched as a first initiative. I'll let him give the background, and I don't know if we are able to display the kind of site that we have. And I'll also, while he's talking, hand out the flyer for this in terms of what this is going to do. And I do want to, I'm guilty of keeping talking about branding. I've called it the Virginia Alternative Student Aid Application. It is the state aid application. It's still the same acronym, but I'll let Lee kind of talk from here.
Thank you, Wendy. Council members. This is kind of an update of where we talked about last July. An update on a new initiative that Wendy was describing help more students be able to find an affordable path to education. The background would be simply that even as of this year, in order for a student to receive state financial aid, they had to be able to demonstrate at least 1 year of domicile. Sounds simple enough, but if you don't have the legal ability to intend to remain, then you can't establish domicile. The largest group of those kinds of students would be what we often refer to as undocumented students, but there are other categories that also would fall into that not being eligible. Pending asylum is something that's been bigger the last couple of years, so that those students would fall in that. They can't establish a domicile, yet they are living here. This, for all other intents and purposes, this is their home, except for that legal ability to intend to remain. So in order to get in-state tuition, they had to establish domicile, so these students did not have the same path forward to finding affordability for higher ed here in Virginia. So in 21, General Assembly extended an existing provision for in-state tuition to now include state financial aid. So for state financial aid, the domicile piece is like first step, but then we have to evaluate your ability to pay. And in Virginia, being decentralized and trying to have a minimal amount of applications for students to complete, we have been piggybacking on the federal FAFSA form, free application for federal student aid. But these students, if you're not a U.S. citizen or eligible non-citizen, this process doesn't work for you. So we had to build a FAFSA equivalent on the state level, where students would provide exactly the same questions as asked on the federal FAFSA form to determine that ability to pay. In our environment, that's called an EFC, Expected Family Contribution Number. So that's the missing component. And so we created this application. When they proposed this, it was supposed to be originally conceived immediately. I said, whoa, we have to build infrastructure first. So we got them to push it to next year, the 22-23 award year. We gained an extra year. No, not really didn't, because that bill was signed last spring, became effective July 1st. The financial aid filing season for next year started October 1st. So we gained a couple of months. And so we wanted to do this quick and efficiently and effectively. We defined a group called Regent Education Incorporated, not affiliated with the university here in Virginia. Keep trying to make sure people realize it's a separate entity. They've worked with 3 other states, Oregon, Washington, Colorado. They've done this. They've been there, done that. The application works. And they said we can meet your time schedule, which from my goal was by the end of the calendar year of 21. We missed that by 6 days. Our official launch was January 6th. Getting that pushed out to the public. As Wendy mentioned, we are a decentralized state. This is a brand new endeavor, and it's a huge endeavor. But I think there's a lot of excitement about it. It really is. So one of our steps as we introduce this application and get it out there is let people know that the application is there, but a lot of our support structures are still in development. Some more training materials, webinar, simple as getting a PDF so the application so they can print it off and show it to their mom and dad. So a lot of the infrastructure pieces are still in development. But like I said, we did go live on January 6th. We already have dozens of students who applied, and I expect to have several hundred, maybe even 1,000 or more by the end of this application season. So a lot of excitement about it. We created a web page. The Regent application, their product is simply you log in, create an account, you fill out the exact same questions as the federal FAFSA form produces a result. We wanted to control the message, so we created a launch page. Come here first, and then use this page to now enter into the application. And so that's what's displayed. There's a number of things. There's caveats. You still have to be either domiciled or meet the tuition equity requirements. Then, if you're able to fill out the FAFSA form, fill that form out. Only the FAFSA gives you access to federal grants and federal loans. Our VASA application does not do that. So Pick one. If it's FAFSA, fill that out. If not, the VASA application is there. As Wendy mentioned, it's Virginia Alternative State Aid application, VASA application, kind of a neat little thing there. Take the VASA, split it up to VASA, VASA, in Spanish for you will. So we've been playing with that a little bit. Fill out this application, you will be better prepared. If you take the first step to enrollment in higher ed, you will be better prepared financially. So kind of a neat little twist there. I'll get Erin McGrath's one came up with it. Once she said that, it was all okay. All the other ideas for names went out the window. That was just that was too good. But anyway, we're excited. Still some glitches we're working out, but we have students using it right now and colleges who are now able to receive that information.
Just a comment for the newer committee members. This is probably the fastest cycle we've seen on anything go from concept legislatively to implementation, all in relatively one cycle. So it is very exciting to see. And I was thinking of this actually on a flight recently. Dr. Brene Brown's new book out is the first one of their summer, I guess they call that interns, who's University of Virginia student, DACA, who fell into the student of being unable to apply because this mechanism didn't exist. I'm thinking, yes, we solved it. Not in time for her, but for those of color. So it's very exciting. Just one quick question, and I know we've got a couple of others. Besides pushing out to guidance counselors and things like that, what is our plan for getting this sort of into the minds of the next cycle of students?
Well, I've been prepping a lot of our advocacy and access groups since the bill was passed. This is coming. So we've talked with immigration advocates. We've talked to Virginia College Access Network. We talked with them. We've had meetings with the Latino Board, Advisory Board. But then entering into the week of the official launch, Laura did a great job of pushing a lot of social media out there. And we constructed direct emails to our financial aid or institutional admission staff and 3 or 4 different major groups of student access individuals who will work directly with students. I'm scheduled to present at the School Counselors Association meeting next month, present on this. So we're doing everything we can, and as we talk about this, whenever you want to publicize something new, it's multiple times, multiple ways. And so that answer to that question is really still in progress. I feel like we're off to a good start.
We also issued a superintendent, and also we were talking earlier in the week that we'll be analyzing the analytics both on this page, which is your landing page, so how they're getting to here, and kind of drop rates and things like that, and then also the analytics on the app, how many are kind of logging in but not completing, and trying to understand once they get in what's happening and where we find blockages.
And we're getting into the colleges and universities as well, so they have their. In any order.
If a student fills this out, where do they go?
So the database is held by region. So when the student enters into the application itself, they're actually entered into a product that's housed on region servers. But we still own the data.
You own the data. Okay.
So once they enter that data and then they create a student record, Todd Masso, his team is able to go in, I don't know if it's going to be daily or weekly, probably might be daily, and pull that information out and put it into our servers, and we package it up per institution. Okay, VCU, here's your students. George Mason, here's your students. Now they know this student enrolled in our university has applied for state aid, and we have an EFC number and we now can use.
So the students apply to one or more schools.
Up to 10 schools.
Okay. Is there any ability to link from that process to this? So I go to my VCU application, I'm gonna need financial aid, and now I can just link from that, or even the their web.
Yeah.
Is there any opportunity?
That will be, we have to be careful about unintended consequences, but I do like your idea of maybe the student isn't thinking about looking for it. How can we make sure it's in front of them? Because if the student is eligible to file the federal form, that's the priority.
Yeah, yeah,
Make sure
and
they
because
do
that's
that first.
partially what I was getting to. I think,
But we
there
could
is-
certainly ask the colleges to push the VASA app, which explains that
Well, or,
process.
yeah, or if there's,
multiple.
again, some kind of short screen where you quickly get popped out from, you can't have that, so we're gonna direct you to it. Right, I guess I'm just trying to take care of any barrier that, the requirement for somebody to put additional effort into what is already kind of a long and intimidating process. I guess I do worry a little bit, if students get it wrong, they choose the wrong, they don't read all the words on your landing page,
Yeah.
they choose the wrong one, you're gonna want to make sure they know that really fast, so that they can complete the FAFSA.
We do have a quick questionnaire, and again, people can't decide on ways we can improve it, that allows them to run through 3 more quick questions to find out which one to choose. They're able to scroll down. We tried to think of that, we could look at ways to have that up at the top, not sure which one to click this, and once you go into that,
Right.
it says go here, go here.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that'd be safer than, I know you're trying to, make this, sensible to anybody, and yet, right off the bat, right, domicile requirement, what's that? And it would be great to just create a simple questionnaire, gets them to the right place, it's very unintimidating. And you don't feel quite the, legal obligation.
There's always there's that tension between something easy, non-intimidating, and still complete. But yes, well, I appreciate your suggestions, I really do, because like I said, multiple ways, multiple times.
Yeah.
And it's really about saturating so that a student, whether they're intentionally looking for aid or just does a process, helps direct them to it.
Yeah.
We certainly want to explore all the avenues to help do it.
Sorry, one quick question. How many folks do you expect to be using this in year 1, year 2?
That's a great question. The largest group of these students is going to be your undocumented, which by definition, they're harder to track. But I've used our DACA numbers. We do have those over a number of years. I've also used some national studies based on their estimates of how many undocumented students or individuals might be in Virginia. So I feel like the universe is somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 students annually. But actual usage is probably much less, because I don't know their college going rate is the same as the general population. And this is that just reluctance to fill out state or government forms. So there's some barriers there for them that others don't have. But I'm projecting somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500 students over the next 2 years to be able to use the application.
I'm an immigrant to the country, so with the American Dream stuff, appreciate people working on this. Does this impact their immigration status?
Well, see, that's the,
Like if they think it's the federal government at some point weigh it positively, negatively, or otherwise. Like if I'm a student, I would want to know, to be chairman asking.
you asked like the key question I was dancing around just a moment ago about one of our biggest challenges is to communicate to them that this is a safe application for them to use. And by law, it's written into the code that this data cannot be used for any other purpose. So it is in a lockbox of sorts, but subpoenas and supremacy laws, things can but I feel like it's 99.9999%. This is safe, trusted. But there's still the challenge is convincing them that it is safe to use.
Maybe we did a question and when it was ready, just in simple terms, making sure you can get reported if I use this.
Yeah.
Would be an easy way to start the process. Something there to help.
I think that it's a critical question. You're getting down to the key core about how usable this will be. In my non-expertise position, I think they're creating more risk by getting employed by Walmart than by filling out this application. Far more. So just put themselves on an employment record someplace, somewhere is probably more risky than filling out this application.
Thank you.
It's not a legal position. That's
Well, to,
Yes, understood.
you know, make themselves
Yeah.
noticeable,
Yeah.
for lack of a better phrase.
I will note that, as Lee mentioned, we estimated the amount that would be eligible, so there's the launch of this, and then there's money needed, because these students are in a way new or going to add to our financial needs. So we did put in a budget recommendation for this, in terms of being able to fund it, because we actually believe there will be institutions that have higher numbers potentially of undocumented students than others. I think we've identified Nova, Mason, and a few others that really will bear the bulk of this, and introduce a recommended budget to really be targeted for this for the first 2 years. Eventually, it would go into the undergraduate aid amounts, but until we get a better feel for numbers, I think it's 8.6 million in the first year, and 8.6 in the second.
8 and 8,
Eight,
8.6.
So this is also funded, so we do have money to be able to support this.
And it does align well with the number of the institutions' targets toward increasing first-gen students who likely will meet a lot of the same criteria, so.
Yeah, I think so. As when you mentioned, the bulk of these, about 2/3 or 75% of students are going to 2 institutions, North Virginia and George Mason. Beyond that, we're talking about such low numbers that.
But it
it
definitely
will
need to
affect-
make it an easier process
it will-
from start to finish.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? That's very exciting.
Chair Parker,
Yes.
President Broderick has asked to share some
Yes,
comments.
please.
I think you might need to, he emailed me, you might need to talk to him.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please.
Okay. Well, I wish I could be there with you, but I think your help is better served as well as mine by this communication form that we're utilizing today. But I just want to make a quick overall observation. Clearly, there's much to feel good about coming out of this meeting. Clearly, with the introduced budget, I think the investment in financial aid, in people, and in critical programs is a great reflection of the hard work the staff and members did to work with the governor's staff in the preparation of this budget. And obviously, as was stated, there's still now much more work to do because of the administration changes and some of the uncertainty with the committees. I'm also very pleased with where we're headed with the importance of the cost and funding study. I believe that's something that's long overdue. And I also think it's quite important that what's happening with the financial aid approach, especially in how it will enhance opportunities for undocumented students. And I'm not quite sure who said it, but I would agree that the importance of not only making this seamless, but causing as little angst as possible for families as they prepare them to read this and so on. That will be imperative because the financial aid applications are intimidating for those of us who are parents of young people going into higher education when we work in higher education. So we can't lose sight of the fact of trying to make this as easy as possible will really increase the effectiveness of what I think is a great idea. So that's my 45 seconds. It was a while to me, and I'll stop at this point.
Thank you, John. It's very helpful. Good context from us. Okay. Anything else before we do resources and planning? Okay, I think we're on lunch plus.
We're waiting to see the speaker.
Okay, so we're adjourning the resources and planning and lunch, and we're not going far because we're here.
Yes. Grant is still secretary of education, as far as I know, until Friday.
And then what?
And it's so
Very-
weird.
No, we're even
Okay.
on before, would have been just fine. If you haven't done that,
Okay.
I can see the audience.
all right. I think we might have stuff here then. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Wait, hopefully I'll leave early tonight. She's doing fine right now. We'll be able to disclose a little bit. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. Yeah. I just want to make sure that was. I know she's been playing.
How about right here?
You can have a window.
Yeah, she's very well. She will be.
I'll just take it out.
Yeah.
And everything I thought about, okay?
Yeah. I was actually just about to send it here. I couldn't do on some. I think this is actually before, so, you know, my last administration. Yeah. I can't remember if she stayed the entire time. So it's, you know, we haven't had the kind of break there.
Of course, if you have more than
So anyway.
two.
Yeah, absolutely. I know she's looking at the block.
I guess when you work in that arena, you kind of, you know,
I don't know if David is, we don't do that. In November, I miss her, you know, like, I mean, luckily, we're still gonna see her. And that's my best friend, which is great. But it's just so hard because you spend so much time.
and I'm sure I guess it's been over administration.
No, well, she was with the, wait a minute, Mary. Okay, let's, she was with the administration.
It all depends on what you call
It's been, a lot of,
She just left about 10 minutes ago.
we're excited though. Yeah,
strength of our system, the uniqueness of our institutions and independence.
All right.
That's all we should. I think.
Just have it.
Great for that.
yeah. I'll take care of
Okay, I'll ask you if I can. Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna have to put more with.
I think so, and they pull.
Great, great.
Two songs, sorry.
Always great thing.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I just have to ask. That's totally fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Super secret information.
Is that, you notice that there's actually.
It said super secret files.
And I couldn't find the
Yeah.
flash drive I actually got for work.
Yeah. So they need to send.
Thank you.
I hope you don't get.
Thank you. Okay, so you raised a question about.
Why? What? You don't want to. Oh, I'm right.
Now, as a student, it's captured. So it's not that we can make.
Can you put the names back? Please, I gotta. Yes, that
First of all,
No, no, so as you.
Yeah.
Close out a program.
So you're probably more accurate than I. Henry guided you.
This will never. Yeah, I mean, we were ready.
That's right, that's right. So that's the
Well, you just let staff know. So if I need to say one for.
What do you think will happen when you think about it, you know?
I know.
My friend, how are you? I just wanted to do a show check. You always have the best shoes. Oh, okay, okay, here you go.
Hi, Victoria.
You've been well.
Actually took one class and
I mean, I just yeah, I know, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all have to. Okay, cool. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, I'll have to start. Oh, that's great. That sounds exciting. So it's good to know about it. I want to get more of it. I saw Kate was here. She was in the. Oh, okay, great. JMU had a. Thank you. Yeah, no, sorry. I'll send it on. Yeah. So what exactly does I actually appreciate it. Yes. That's okay, and I'll go over there whenever, yes. Nice to meet you. Have you heard of her yet? Yeah. I am CFO by my day job. Yes, exactly. We're doing that, yeah. Right, we're over here quarantined cold. Yeah. Yes. It's exciting, yeah. One time to be there. From a budget perspective, there's nothing else. Exactly.
I responded to the request by just as I was doing that, well, it seemed like higher ed teaching plan relevant for identifying things in the survey. So I thought, oh, I wonder if I invited Emily. So then I looked at the invitations I saw before. That's what I said. That's what I said. So that's what that is.
That's it, Friday.
Yeah. And I'm going to make a couple of proposals about what we should try as a result of these discussions. I'm basically like, we should just Here are some recommendations that haven't necessarily been, and then maybe some suggestions. List the topics to emphasize.
Sorry,
That's what-
sorry, I don't want to complicate.
So that's what that was. Well, you know, discussion. And he, so you're going to be in this spot at the beginning. Right, and the only reason I scheduled that was that I thought, well, we better try to get something.
These are a few of our key staff.
First,
Right, yeah.
Sorry, I had to share so much information this first time.
right, oh yeah, no, it's terrible.
Well, I assume, the next time we'll have to streamline that.
Hi, Madam Secretary. I'm Laura Osberg. I'm the Senior Associate for Communications and Outreach. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome aboard.
We'll introduce you to the whole team later on. You sure you don't want to grab something?
Sure, I'll
Grab something.
before I take them on your own.
Nice to meet you.
Sounds great. Well, yeah, I think I certainly admire her work, so thrilled to meet her. Exciting times.
Exciting time.
Hello. I know. We'll just continue to be there. Thank you. Pleasure. I'm so excited to join you. Yes, please. March 12th. It's never really.
Love that.
We're moving forward.
We might have a couple of.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from that.
Absolutely.
We were talking about.
Sure, sure, yes. Well, so nice to meet you. So nice. Thrilled to see you. Got a lot in common. So I was at Representative running a research center. Did a lot of work on equality. So very interested in the topic at that center and just started here. Wow. And we're just starting. Yes, here, let's try another time. I don't have any cards.
Right.
No one needs that. No one needs that. It wasn't a priority. Here it is.
No.
I can also take your phone number and I'll get it. And then I'll just send you a picture.
Right.
That's just fine. Yep.
Right, right.
That's, I think that's the best way to do it.
Although this one, it's gotten better, actually. Yeah.
The student is, yeah, he's in public who was at NC. I mean, it's very similar we're trying to. And nobody's going to be we're challenging industry. So we figure, okay, you jump on. There's a great proposal, right? For doing tech work. Jumping on IT, it's great. It was a conversation we're going on. And if you yeah.
Yeah, those are all.
You know, we're having hopefully we'll draw that's going to be a huge task for us. It is only it's useful. So that's awesome.
So,
Yeah, me too. Me too. This is great. I was very excited. Lots of people worked. Alexandra worked. We went to school. You're so lucky. You're great. It's what he. I moved to Richmond, in the end of September, and we're all starting over there. We're in a rental right now in Oregon. Are you in Richmond? Oh, really?
Hearing, tested negative, so I'm leaving Bangladesh.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there was something special at home. But there were 4 people from the US. Tested positive the next day. I'm not sure, what, they had to quarantine there, I'm not sure how that worked, but she came home after she heard that there were test positive. Just got herself a PCR test yesterday. She works with little kids, so she's not gone into school. So she woke up this morning. I mean, I'm sure it'll be mild, she's just visited, but.
So I did get one. Wow, so she's happy. She's happy. It was a fun transition. Now we just buy a house. We're just gonna be having research. There's just nothing for sale. Really, yeah, we're in Churchill. Well, if you ever want to have history of supposed right on the
Here, you can send a text for your.
I really do. Yeah, we live in kind of a crazy rental.
That's okay. Wow.
Well, good to so that just so much great stuff. Just good lessons to take with you.
Your mask.
Yes.
Meredith, right?
Yes.
Okay, she's great. She's great.
Oh, okay.
I worked with her yesterday and Schev. I forgot. She's so fun. Just she's got a key. It feels dangerous. Not sharing.
Anything else.
Right.
So then I end up having.
Like chicken, cheddar, bread. Yeah. Bacon to this. Right, that's right.
Sometimes.
We know a good friend of
And I had this call.
Right.
I know, exactly. I know.
sort of like been which you probably
Yeah, I just have to dial in. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Awesome. Now let's solve the problem.
just make sure you got half of this. Exchanged our, and I'll send you a note to.
So let's start the minute.
That's a good too. But you, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Look forward to the next X number of years.
You too, President Robert. All right, and thank you for letting me get in the car, so.
And we have one person on the phone, so.
Oh, good.
John Broderick, who is the past president of the university. So you reject.
Make sure.
We're required by statute to have the city.
Yes.
And to have the president of the economic development partnership. And Stephen Rose. And we're also required to have a formal. And that's John Broderick.
Good to hear it and to see it and to read it, so thank you. Oh, thank you. Here, I am. Please do.
I'm going to go ahead and call us back into order. Everybody has to do lunch, and we'll take a break here. And I am absolutely delighted to introduce our Secretary of Education, Designee, Amy Rousseff. And I think you all had a chance to say hello individually, and we do appreciate very much. You're welcome, Lisa. So, but we really appreciate your time. I know you're very busy, I'm sure, at this stage of the game, but it is great to be able to have this early opportunity to communicate. For folks, and I'm pretty sure everybody read all the announcements, probably Googled you a few times.
That's always scary.
I guess, but Amy is the president of Ladera Strategy. She also is the founder, president, and CEO of the Data Quality Campaign, which is a national nonprofit organization leading the efforts of educators, students, parents, and policymakers to the information they need to make the best decisions to improve student outcomes. So I know, our efforts sound very aligned. I think that the approach we've taken, which is to use as much data as possible to be able to allocate resources and correctly and openly results. So we look forward to working with you, and we welcome if you have a few comments you'd like to share with us.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and I am so happy to be here. You all are my first, my debut, I guess, officially, so it's just lovely to have a chance to meet all of you. Sorry I interrupted everyone's lunch, but thanks so much for taking the time and allowing me to come, and I look forward to being at several meetings, many meetings, and I just want to start by saying how excited I am to be in this role. I am a passionate advocate for education at all levels. I'm a product of public education over on the long side of the river. I grew up in Maryland. But the reason I have spent my entire career working in education is because I had a phenomenal one. And I believe deeply that that should not be the exception, that should be the rule for every single child in our country. And that's what drives me every single day and why I'm thrilled to be in this role. And why this role in particular excites me so much is that I've spent my career also a lot of work in K-12, but at every point it has been focused on what I call the big North Star, which is how do we make sure that we invest in our people, right? There's nothing more important than investing in people. And we know lifelong learning, we know that we need to make sure that we're preparing people for success in the economy, but also we need to prepare them to be engaged members of our communities and to be civically engaged, but also that's what we need for democracy. We need people to know how to think and to be actively engaged and be successful in life. That's what it means to raise families and have healthy lives and to be active members of communities. So to me, this is something that doesn't happen in a certain part of our education system. It happens because we need to have a strong system throughout. And in this role, by having the ability to focus on early learning all the way up to what I call workforce development, because I think everything is about workforce development, we have a chance to really ensure in the Commonwealth that we are doing things in an aligned way
We were just already diving into the power of data information and making sure that we're providing feedback information, that we are listening all the time to what our customers need, which means families, but it also means employers. It means what we need and how do we make sure that that information is driving everything we do. So I'm all about alignment. I'm all about quality. I'm all about access and transparency and trust. You know, how do we also make sure that people have what they need and that we're being responsive and that we're also aiming to do the best, not just in the Commonwealth, but best in the nation, the best in the world. And Virginia is so poised to do that. And I'm collaborative. So one of the things I hope that everyone knows, I'm very transparent and I'm very collaborative, and that nobody can do this alone. It requires all of the pieces of the system to work together. So please know, I now have like 5 different accounts that I'm trying to respond to, and I'm hoping after next week I have one. And please use that. Please call me, please email, please set up a meeting. My door is always open, and I want to work very, very closely and make sure that this is a conversation that we're having together on those pieces. So my bio's on there. I've worked with everything from, I know many of you employers, I've worked with the National Lines of Business, focusing on education workforce policy, National Governors Association, National Center for Educational Achievement. I've done lots and lots of board work, but very, very much passionate about education, and that's what it's all about. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm really eager to hear about the priorities that you all have and what you want to see in this relationship with the Secretary as well.
So we're starting with questions. Yeah.
I'll start and just say thank you, and I thought you were incredibly responsive given everything that you've been facing, and I getting emails from you at 11:30, 12 at night. So thank you for being with us today. Schev has been around since 1956, and the first responsibility in 1956 is the same as it is today, and that is periodically to produce a statewide strategic plan, which we've done. We call it Pathways to Opportunity. We just refreshed it over the last year or so with 3 broad goals, and we asked what our priorities are, and they're around being more equitable, being more affordable, and being transformative in our higher education system. When we talk about higher ed, we talk about anything post-secondary. So workforce credentials of value, all the way through community colleges, all the way through to professional education. And so we know there are lots of differences in our outcomes, both on the access side as well as on the retention, completion, and payment side. Lots of equity gaps. We cannot be successful unless we close things. So that is our number one priority, followed by affordability. All of these are important because you can't do one without another. And we like to say that affordability has many parents. It's not just the institution's responsibility. It can also be the state's responsibility, and the student and family have the responsibility. And then being transformative, that of course applies not just to the individual who gets an education, but to the family and the generations thereafter, as well as the communities. So those are our 3 broad goals, and I think they're well aligned from things I've read about you and about Governor Lincoln. And we look forward to finding some common ground and moving together forward. Thank you.
Amen. That's all I say is yes to all of that.
One of the bad things, the goal kind of started with data. It's basically to say we want to be, it's continuing a little bit, best education state / the best state for education in the country. And we've set out this target of having at least 70% of our adult population with some form of credential by the year 2030.
I love that, one of the highest goals in the country, which I love.
Yep, and we have to keep monitoring it. We need to raise the bar in order to do the best, because that really is the, I think, part of what will differentiate us in terms of kind of the broader welfare, of people within the Commonwealth. And as Peter said, these goals are really intertwined, because in order to do that, we've got to remove barriers associated with affordability, and they are still there. But we've also got to be able to create an approach that serves better students who are not being that well served. And I mean, some of the gaps, we were talking about disabilities this morning, and some of the gaps in terms of attainment are really, really big, right? And you just almost mathematically, you can't get to that 70% without significantly picking up, making some value in those gaps. So, I really appreciate it. Oh, and then, at the end of the day, yes, it has to be relevant. So that's the transformative nature, is that we look at, not just workforce needs today, but also what those, workforce needs, recognizing too that those will change, and so developing not just skills but competencies, right? So that this notion of continuing to learn and adapt as the economy changes is also something that we're able to do. So I really appreciate it here. This is one big system. The way that this council is made up is an attempt to reflect that. Right? So we will have a head of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, who is a member of council. We've got someone from the K-12 system in the council. We want to have the good fortune of having two former college presidents members of the council, as well as community members representing parts of the economy. So I think that notion of trying to look holistically is incredibly important. And then I'll just stop by saying, and again, the use of data, right, to really try to target how we best make those investments. And one of the things that came out of the plan was the creation of a new, what's called the Office of Education Economics. And so it is new, but we will have an opportunity to hear in a little while. Yep. What's going on there? But, I think I think that can be hugely valuable, again, in terms of both informing students and parents about, kind of what the future looks like. Yes, identifying real-time gaps, but then really kind of looking into the future and helping us make decisions. So it is exciting times, and I feel like we've had some pretty good traction over the last 2 years, both in terms of policy, but also in terms of investment as part of the state. I think that schools have been very aware that these are difficult times for students and have been conservative in terms of how they build tuition fees as a matter of funding. And hopefully we will be able to keep that. And one of the things that's unique with Virginia is we are recognized usually as 1, 2, or 3 in terms of the best state from a qualitative perspective for education. And our cost pretty free is actually below that. So we're starting with a pretty good point, which is, we're getting a higher return on our investment in most other states as it is, but we still have affordability that we need to address, and again, I think we still need to pick up folks who are left on the sidelines. So anyway, so it's exciting, and we look forward to it. Questions or comments? Yes, Ken.
I think you alluded to it, but one of the issues is how the various parts of education connect together. And we started early childhood, and then you go through primary and secondary and post-secondary education. But at the post-secondary level, it's almost too late in some of these situations because the kids are just not ready. And we heard this at Mary Washington, up there in our meeting. They don't have enough money to spend on getting the kids so that they're prepared for their post-secondary education. So that's an issue. How does the whole thing tie together administratively? And I like what you had to say about that. I think that's a good place to focus because we see it in our graduation rates are very difficult to raise. They're low, they're way too low at some of our schools. And it's really the problem of what is coming into this. We have to
Absolutely. I'm an efficiency freak, and the idea of losing the fact that we are not efficient in terms of information sharing, getting people what they need. We tell people things when it's too late to do anything about it, or it's more difficult to do about it. And also just we're losing generations of people, which is just wrong, right? It's on an efficiency level, but also a moral piece of it. This is just wrong. And so I think that there's an opportunity, especially with the power of information, to provide feedback information. Accountability matters, but what matters more is, our old organizations who talk about changing the role of data from a hammer to a flashlight. How do we get that flashlight really working so that people know, and it's not we can't do anything because we're getting kids that aren't prepared, right? Which is a problem, and it's a fact. So how do we start, rather than just stopping the conversation there, to say, so tell us more. Why aren't they prepared? What's going on? Can we sit down together and talk about Is it the curriculum? Is it the standards are aligned, that, the exit and entrance, do we need to train our teachers differently to make sure that we're doing that? There are so many pieces, and I often say that in data and education, we're so good at thinking about we get a number or we get a statistic and it's the end of the conversation, when actually it needs to be the beginning of it, of saying, okay, so what does this number tell us, and now what do we need to do differently? And we are terrible in education at giving ourselves the time and space to be able to have those conversations in a way that's not a blame and shame, but instead a continuous improvement. So what are we all going to do differently because we're part of the same system? And so that's just my own personal philosophy of we need to do a much better job of getting the really quality information that Virginia has already and having it out of these silos and working together. That's what Heather's going to be talking about, and having it work for the people of Virginia, but also for you all, right? To make your jobs, what you're doing on this council, to make sure that you're having information and that it's collaborating, as you said, Madam Chairman. It's about connecting the dots and making sure that it's working for every Virginia. So this is a huge passion of mine to get the systems to work better and more efficiently, and to serve people better.
On the efficiency front, I mean, I come from business, so I, and an operational background, so I guess always had to focus on efficiency. But, one of the things I think that's tricky about the Virginia system is while, we have individual universities that have a considerable amount of autonomy, and therefore, kind of create their own capabilities. Some of which is good because I think there are unique missions, unique needs, therefore unique solutions. Some of which I feel like, there's an opportunity to kind of collaborate or, actually create some additional shared services that or shared capabilities that come forth that might be used to bring up those schools that are under-resourced to a higher level and just make the whole system overall efficient. It's difficult, though, given the current structure. And, just one of the things I'm hopeful for is we'll find ways to kind of bring people together around that movement.
March and I keep running into that same point. Eventually we'll get traction. I do think one thing we've learned, sort of bringing the efficiency business sort of background and perspective to this, and the interruption the pandemic has provided, sort of puts it in the context of an interrupted supply chain. It's a workforce development issue as much as it is the quality of education, because we've now got a much thinner feeder mechanism to the workforce that we need to have. It's dramatically changed in the last 2 years, and it's not coming back. And I think the onus is on us collectively to figure that out.
Madam Secretary, thanks for coming. Appreciate you making this one of your first stops. Very much appreciated. One of the big things that we as we look at here as well as the state level is affordability. For the last 4 years, we've had a dramatic increase in financial aid. And it does make a big difference in terms of kids like myself. I was a college manager, said being able to go to college and succeed and contribute to the economy. I know you'll have a number of different things that will be contentious, but this is one of the areas where we hope that we'll see continued leadership in making colleges more affordable for everyone in general, but also we can rely on this council to support you in your efforts on the accessible. Thank you.
You're from Maryland, as I understand it, and as you know, there's been some litigation regarding funding for historically black institutions in Maryland. Nothing of the sort in Virginia, but there has been obviously some interest in addressing historic images. Can you speak to your interest in that topic?
Sure, I'm not familiar with what's happening in Maryland, so I fascinated.
Well, there was a court-approved settlement, and the governor approved a significant increase in funding for historic black institutions in Maryland, excuse me, close to $1 billion. And during the campaign, Mr. Youngkin made some overtures to addressing that issue with Virginia. I just want to get your thoughts about that.
So the governor-elect has been really clear on the campaign trail and our conversations we've been having since the election, that there is going to be historic investment in education across the board. And I know he's mentioned specifically HBCUs. That is also a place where we're going to make investment to do that. And I think that this governor understands how important it is to invest in people. He's had great success in the private sector, knowing that you don't get outcomes without investing in people, and you're going to see the same thing in this administration. And this conversation about how do we make sure it's investing in everyone and making sure we prepare everyone for success. So that is our commitment, is that we want to be creative, we want to be different, we want to be transformative. And the conversations we're having about quality and excellence and access are all the ones that sounds like you are doing as well. And I will do the strategic plan, Peter, and promise. And love strategic plans. And so I'm also very much looking forward to talking to you about this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. I appreciate that you were your first meeting as well, and also much of what you've said was resonating very much, especially the vision to have a great education at the public school, and that it should be that way for everybody. Something that drives me all the time as well is to why is it that some have and some don't in terms of their experience in school, and the trajectory that that means in the future. And so when you do have an opportunity to look at our plan, the first one is really, the first of the three goals is really about equitable. And as our chair mentioned, you can't hit the 70% without looking at the data showing us who has been in the school systems in higher education and who has not. And then to look really at those achievement gaps. And so with that lens, we've been really looking at what are those impediments, what parts of the state are most effective, what demographics are most effective. And so just to say that I think all of us share that commitment that we've stated so clearly, and we would really want to work with you to figure out how do we reach those populations that have not been able to access, and how can we enable them to access successfully. So just thank you so much for sharing that. If you have anything more that you would like to add about how you're approaching Virginia, but otherwise just know that we're here on that goal specifically.
So I am still very much listening and learning. I have lots of ideas, but I'm also going to be really clear that I am listening and learn and reading and doing all that. So if there are things I need to read or do or conversations, let me know. But I promise to be back in touch with you about more detailed plans of what we're going to be doing. At this point, I also really appreciate getting smarter about what you are doing and building on it. That's the other piece that I just very much want to work collaboratively and building forward.
To follow up on Alex's commentary about achievement gaps, attainment gaps, I can appreciate that our perspective is from a higher ed point of view. But as Secretary of Education, you cover the whole gamut. So K-12 is really where we have to really look at achievement gaps. I recall when I was on the school board in News in 1992, talked about achievement gaps then. They still persist. Some have gotten worse. So I just want to kind of see where your thinking is about that, or just call that to your attention. I know you already know about it, but just that achievement gaps and attainment gaps have been around for far too long, for generations. And sometime we're going to have to get a handle on, or we won't be the best state of education in the country. I think they're really close to those gaps.
So this is my hair on fire moment, and also been in that crisis. I spent 30 years thinking about this issue and thinking I was working towards solutions. And when the big data has continued to come out and has shown lines like this, I literally had another crisis of what have I been doing for 30 years, right? Every day I would wake up and go to work and love what I was doing, thinking we're making a difference, we're changing things, we're going to make sure that we close those gaps. And it's been disheartening, right, for all of us, that we keep thinking and we have these pockets of excellence and we know what works, and we have data showing where we have schools that are beating the odds, and we know how to do this, so why is it so difficult to do this? Why I'm working for this governor and the people of Virginia is that this is a moment where I think you have a governor like you said, we're done. This is now a moral issue, and we will not lose another generation of kids. And I think that that's why I'm in this position, is that it's unconscionable that we continue to have these gaps. And so I just think it has to be the priority. We can't keep doing this.
We definitely welcome you back.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Over the next few months, and then it'll be fire hose time, and
Yeah, I'm not sure I really understood what that meant. I know. Thank you. I really appreciate all the spending some time with me today. I appreciate the invitation. The sandwich I'm going to eat in the car, and I look forward to working with all of you. And just many, many thanks for inviting me. And I wish I was staying to hear this conversation in particular. So I will be back next time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
very good. All right. Speaking of data, we are delighted to have Heather McKay with us today. Heather is the director of the Newly Formed Education and Employment Research Center. Office of Education Economics. You were the director of the Education and Employment Research Center at Rutgers prior to joining us here. And Stephen actually talked a bit prior to having the opportunity to meet you, but it's wonderful to have you here in person. I know you've only been on the job for a month?
A couple of months now, yeah.
Okay, so all very early on, but this is just something that is, really near and dear to our hearts. I think we've always been a little bit amazed at how difficult it was to ensure, alignment between what students are choosing to study and schools are choosing to offer, and, what's really needed out here. So turn it over to you, and again, welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. Is there a clicker or?
Oh, can I say one other thing? I'm sorry, this is for the, and I just made a mistake myself. You need to turn your mic on when you speak, because they're actually broadcasting this so that staff can listen. And it's harder without us doing that. That said, when you're done, turn it off. It can pick up all kinds of sidebar conversations. So, thank you.
So, well, thank you all for having me today. It's a real pleasure to meet you all, and I am so thankful to the staff of Schev for being so welcoming and such great partners in the couple of months that I've been here, and I look forward to working with the council more as well as we move forward and do our work. So appreciative to be here, and I hope I can come back and visit and share some data with you sooner rather than later. But obviously you all know how we were created. I thank Schev so much for pulling this idea together and laying the groundwork for voting this wonderful report here. We exist because of that report and the legislation from Senator Hashmi. So I took the job in September, and the research director is named Todd Oldham. He started in August. So as has been said, we're both pretty new to the job. But starting to get our feet wet in Virginia, starting to learn a little bit about what our different stakeholders, and I think we have many, and I'll talk about those in a few minutes, are interested in and need from us, and trying to understand sort of where we can begin to create a model that can be used for years to come in the state. So just to tell you a little bit about myself and also a little bit about Todd, I was at Rutgers University for years. I did work in 26 states throughout the country, on education and workforce development alignments, pathways, career pathways for folks, efficiencies in higher education, different kinds of things. So excited to bring that experience here, and also did a tremendous amount of work with different data sets around the country and state longitudinal data sets. So really privileged to be in Virginia with such a wonderful data set to begin with, and a great base to begin to work from. Todd Oldham is our research director. Stephen Moray found Todd Oldham at a community college in Monroe County, New York, and Todd's work in Monroe is quite famous around the country. I've seen it many times, and I'm really excited to be working with him every day. He's got a great mind on how to think about using both government data sets and other data sets to really think about these pathways to better understand what people are actually doing in education and workforce, and to also think about future focus. And so I'm going to show you a little bit of Todd's work from New York in a few minutes, and we'll be talking about some of the things, some of the ideas that we have as we're moving forward. So we're really, our task right now and in these next few months is to turn the great planning that Schev did, that Stephen Murray did to set the course for this into a reality. And we're working really hard to do that. We're developing an operational structure. We're identifying data needs by constituents. I've been talking to a variety of institutions across the state. I've been talking to folks in K-12. We're going to talk to some folks at workforce boards in the coming months to begin to think about what are the really important things for us to pinpoint first, and how do we move forward, and also how is data used? Because I believe that data is only good if it is used. And so I want to understand how all of these constituents are using, consuming data, what kind of presentation of data would be most useful for most consumers. And I'm thinking about our stakeholders in a variety of ways, from students and families to these different state organizations and local entities, and also to institutions themselves. So a variety of different users, which might require a variety of different ways of seeing and looking at the data, which I think is really important for us to think about. We've begun some of our research work. A lot of the work that we're doing right now is what I would call a pilot or beta stage work, but we hope to be bringing it to different stakeholders to get thoughts and ideas from them, also to have them tell us what's right and what's wrong and what we've done and how we can begin to improve it. This is making sure that data is good and used, I believe, is a conversation. And so that is a conversation we hope to be having often with many constituents. I welcome emails from all of you, phone calls from all of you as well, to talk to me about what the needs are and let us know. We want to be responsive to what the needs are of the state. That's why we exist. We're also right now, as I talked about, helping with grant proposals. Those grant proposals are giving us just an opportunity to look in local areas and look at local labor markets, local industries, and begin to try to trial and error some of the ideas that we have and see if they're useful and working. So we should have some of those betas done in a little bit, in probably a couple of weeks, and we're focusing in 3 main areas for those betas. So if any of them are of interest to you, I'd love to show them to you. One is infrastructure, another is IT, and the third one is sort of specialized around data science areas. And we're also talking to Virginia Tech about possibly helping to work with them on logistics and transportation. We haven't begun that yet, but I think that will happen in a little bit. So we know, of course, that higher education is an investment for families. It's an investment for workers throughout their life course. It's an investment for employers. It's an investment for the state. And what we need to do is to really think about how do we all make good decisions, and what are the right investments for the state, for growth economically and for families, so that they're self-sustaining. And so Todd and I really believe, and I think that one of the reasons you all helped to move VOE forward is because labor market information is just crucial to this decision making. At VOE, we're really thinking about our role in these ways, in helping to provide data to develop new programs, refine existing programs, improve program quality, respond quickly to new opportunities, help students to make decisions, conduct outreach to potential students, help students use existing skills and education that they already have, and think about learning outcomes. So this is sort of the breadth of things that we're thinking about, and the research questions that we're focused on are around these topics, but we would welcome additions to that or changes, and also your thoughts on priorities there. Labor market information is part of an ecosystem. This is from the National Governors Association, and I think this really expresses in a lot of good ways kind of how we're thinking about this continuum, this discussion around labor market data. It's a flow that we all need to work together on, and it can feed every part of the system if done well and presented in a way that's useful and consumable. And so that's our consideration. We really see ourselves as both a data resource, but also hopefully as a convener and a partner in partnership with Schev, to talk to institutions, to talk to local areas, regions, workforce development boards, economic development partners, to think about pilots, policy, practice initiatives, and innovations, to begin to use data more frequently for decision making, including things like program approvals, program changes, program additions, responding to the federal dollars that are coming down for the infrastructure package and other things. How can data inform these programs and processes to make them more efficient, more useful, and also help students to move through them, possibly faster, possibly with less of a financial output, those kinds of things. How can we begin to make this system more effective and efficient? We're also thinking about career and educational pathways a lot. And one of the things that I have been thinking about, and Todd and I have been talking about a lot, is the realities of educational pathways rather than those pictures and charts we've all seen many times, right? About what does someone do who gets a healthcare credential? How do they move up the system? What we want to begin to look at is the true flow of students into workers and back into the education marketplace. How does this actually happen for folks in their lives? And I'll show you a little picture of how we're thinking about presenting this in a minute. So we have some initial next steps that we're working on now. We've got a series of research questions that we're thinking about in terms of the 21st century workforce, and I'll show you some of those. Our big agenda at the moment is working on a supply-demand workforce or supply-demand framework, and we're structuring that right now with these beta ideas focused on the grant proposals that are emerging, and we hope to make that wider after we make it stronger and make sure that it's good and useful. We're really thinking right now about industry and regional focal areas because that seems to be kind of an immediate need in the state and what we're hearing from constituents. So we're focused in those areas, and we're also thinking about this idea of career pathways. So these are some of the questions that we're thinking about as we kind of talk and work every day. The demand for occupations, what are graduates doing in their local labor markets, and we really are thinking about both the state as a whole, but also these local areas, and really focused on presenting our data in that way, statewide and local perspective. We're thinking about wage growth. We're thinking about self-sufficiency thresholds. We're thinking about employment and retention, lifetime earnings, performance from four-year degree pathways. We're also thinking about this idea of non-completers. What happens to all those folks who drop out along the way? How are they doing in the labor market? What are their other peaks into education? How can we begin to capture this and understand what the outcomes for these folks are? We're also thinking about, is there measurable and predictable occupational progression along the career pathway? And can we begin to think about this and think about how the education flows with it? So some big questions, we're not going to be able to answer all of them at once, but they are the conversations that we're having and the ways that we're thinking about looking at and moving through the data. We're also trying to think about the workforce and our supply in this way. So we're thinking about dislocated workers, the unemployed, underemployed, military exits, apprentices, the K-12 pipeline, incumbent workers, those existing workers, and college graduates. And we know we don't have the data to capture all of these. This is really an aspiration to begin to think about. We need better data in certain areas. We need to capture this information to be able to move forward, but eventually this is how we'd like to take a look at that workforce. As we think about supply demand, we're thinking about supply demand in these ways. The occupational demand fields, occupational supply fields and categories, those areas that I just talked about a minute ago. Job quality and performance are really important. You spoke about diversity and equity, and I think that's paramount in our minds. We're thinking about ways to present diversity and equity numbers, both in education, but also in the resulting labor market situation that folks have. And the progression along a career pathway. So how can we look and see what it means to be a woman of color along a career pathway in a certain area? What it means to move through these educational and career pathways. We're also thinking about longitudinally what happens to folks and looking at these graduate and wage outcomes over time. And skills demands is another area that we're thinking about. We really want to begin to collect some information on how skills and educational programming are aligning with skills in the workforce so we can have better conversations in Virginia about both skills alignments, skill needs, make this less of a black box and more of something that we've got data and information to inform us with. We're using a variety of data sources to do this. The traditional government data is one piece, but we're also pulling real-time data from job posting analytics. We're hoping to do some work with social profiles. This will work in some industry fields better than others. We expect a whole lot of return in IT and not a lot of return in manufacturing. But where people have social profiles, we hope to begin to see if this is a useful data source for us. Also, there are focus groups and surveys, some of which Schev was a partner in last spring with VCU, and other surveys that are out there. I've been looking at some other possibilities for national surveys and using that data to move our understanding forward. And so we're going to try and sort of pilot with a variety of data sets, see what works, see what's there, see what's available. Schev has been a great partner in thinking this through and helping us to move forward. So we're incredibly grateful for their thought leadership in this. We're also, of course, thinking about the longitudinal state data. And as I mentioned earlier, Virginia is just well poised to provide us with that information. And the setup here is just wonderful. Just a couple of views of how we think we might begin to visualize data. And these are pictures from work that the research director, Todd Oldham, did at his job in New York at Monroe Community College. But this is just an example from computer science there, thinking about matched alumni, those employed in the field, and where they're living. I know migration is certainly a concern for some of the institutions, so something we want to begin to think about. This is just another visualization for computer science. Again, it's a New York example, not a Virginia example, but another way to begin to think about visualization of data. Where can we see computer science graduates going? Where do they end up in jobs? And what does that mean for skills? So these visualizations are sort of a start of the conversation, but just a picture of how we envision moving information forward through our websites. And we hope to have those up in the fall of next year. Another just example focused more on skills here. What skills do computer science graduates possess? So a couple of views there. We hope to get creative with visualization. I think how we show data is going to be important in terms of how it's used. And so we're paying a lot of attention to that right now and playing with a variety of different ideas, but these are just some of those images. I talked a little bit about career pathways, and I think this is something that I assume this group is particularly interested in, but we obviously know that education is part of the life course, right? We're learning and earning and learning and earning throughout our lifetime. And so if we can begin to create a better picture of this through Voe's work, I think that will help us to all innovate and do better work. And so this is in my mind's eye, really thinking about this career pathway and how can we look at actualities rather than notions. We, of course, think that functional career pathways really do lead to equity. In some of the comments that I talked about earlier, thinking about those ideas of what does it mean to graduate and work, and how are there differences in terms of demographics. So we'll be considering those ideas as we move forward. I will close it there because I want to leave some time for questions, and I may have gone over. So.
Good. Thank you very much. I'll start just with a couple of questions. So, I think about, in particular, traditional college programs, and let's say new. I think we're thinking in terms of a workforce need that's 6 to 10 years in the future. And so I'm just curious how we capture that, because you have, one, the need for a crystal ball. You have a chicken and egg scenario, right? So there may not be one that needs, so you have flattening out the capacity. And then you could also now have remote work, which means we can't even combine our thinking to state. How do you think about that, and how do we incorporate that into this work?
Yeah, the way that we're thinking about doing that is kind of twofold, both quantitative and qualitative. So we're thinking about, and I'm just logging in, I should have brought a pad that's over there to take some notes. But we're thinking about both quantitative and qualitative to think about the quantitative picture of one area would be, right, one way to think about this would be, thank you so much, would be automation. So how do we calculate automation and think about automation in the different fields that are occurring? We're playing with this concept a little bit right now with the idea of transportation and logistics, and I think that will give us a good place to begin to understand how we can think about changes in terms of the future workforce. The other way that I think we can do this, and I think we're well positioned because we're at VEDP to do this, is to talk to employers and begin to have conversations about the future state of their workforce, what they're thinking in terms of technology and changes in their workforce. And that's really going to be interviews. That's going to take us a little more time to do. We're currently an office of 2. But that's certainly something that I did a tremendous amount of at Rutgers, and I expect to do that here. I think we do want to try to experiment in the short term in these different areas that we're focused on, so transportation and logistics, IT, begin to have conversations with employers about what the future workforce needs are. The other thing is, I think some of the data tools that are out there, MZ, Burning Glass combined. We're also thinking about information from the National Student Clearinghouse that they're collecting and from different national surveys, beginning to take a look at those pieces. And I don't think we can do this alone. I've got a good national network, and so do the folks here at Schev, and so do the folks at VEDP, and I think we need to partner with those national partners who are thinking about this, who are forward thinking, and begin to make sure that they're studying Virginia as well, and giving us information. One of the things as an office of two that I think we need to do is make really good partnerships and convince people that thinking about questions in Virginia it is a good idea, convince researchers to do that. And so partnering with researchers both in the state and out of the state, doing these different things, I think will be helpful to us. And I envision really doing that in the future.
Other questions for me?
I didn't have a question, but I just got a comment. It seems to me we're selling a shift towards 2030, and the best way to get there is to have a map. I see your organization is providing, using the data to provide a map that helps us get to where we're trying to get to in terms of best for kids. We're here to help you and give you all the support we can.
I so appreciate that. And I think one of the ways that you all can help us is to be a critical eye to our work. Let us know where we're informing the conversation and what we're missing. As two people in an office, we can only come up with so many ideas and critique ourselves so much. So we'll be looking for those outside critiques and guidance from you all. So please call, email, tell us what you're hearing out in the community and what the needs are, because we're really trying to be strategic. So thank you so much. And I might use that in the future. Might steal it.
One thing, thank you very much. And I had actually the same question with here before, but separate, as you're now determining what data you will be collecting, if you could look, I would just encourage you to look also at a plan to identify which demographics you're tracking or you'd like to track, so that we can disaggregate this later. So when you had DEI up there, you had race, ethnicity, gender. But we're also looking at rural versus urban. We're looking at income, we're looking at ability, disability. And so if you could just identify some of the demographics that you're interested in being able to track as you're beginning your data collection, that would be very helpful.
I so appreciate that comment. Thank you so much. And I think one of the things I've been surprised about is how many ways Virginia can be divided. You all have thought of a million ways that this state can be divided, but we are thinking about how to dig down on localities. We're thinking about that in a variety of ways, right? One, to help institutions make decisions, but also to help workforce boards, economic developers make decisions. And so, if you have advice on those rural-urban divides, how to think about what this will look like for our different groupings and mappings, totally would welcome that. Income absolutely is really important here. The disability data is a little bit harder to come by, I think. But I really appreciate the comments, and I'll talk to partners at Schev and others to see what we can do to better capture that information. I know it's lacking, so hopefully we can capture as much of it as possible. One thing that I didn't say is that we hope that our data will be able to be an accessible website that can be divided in a variety of different ways, and how those divisions occur is one of the decisions we have to make. But that would mean that you could access it on a Wednesday, right, if you have a question. And that's really my goal, is to make sure that data is in the hands of Virginia users, so that when they have a decision to make, they might be able to get a peek into it. And then if they need more, they can send an email and we can try.
Very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for this opportunity.
We're very, very happy to have you. We look forward to having you back in the future.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate it.
All right, we've next got a discussion of Schev's access initiatives and computer disclosure now. We have a couple of guests here.
We do, and I'm going to turn this over to Wayne. I'm excited about this conversation, council members. This is something that you can asked you about, and I think the last year, you specifically asked about the year of program, grant program by ABC. But it's not, the year of program is part of a larger initiative around getting more students in college and making sure that they're successful. So, I mean, and when you kick it off, and you brought the whole year up team with us.
All right. Good afternoon. It's good to be able to talk a little bit about this initiative that we have really been working on for many years, but it's starting to hit this tipping point, which is pretty exciting. And Erin's going to talk to you a little bit about it, but just to set things up, as Peter mentioned, this has been an interest of the council. When we think about our 3 goal areas in terms of equitable, affordable, and transformative, a lot of the work that is going to be taking place in access is really hitting all of these things. We're really trying to focus on those populations that are getting left behind and not going to college, and you'll hear more about that. In terms of affordability, the FAFSA and what we need to do to help make things more affordable are going to be that. And then transformative, there's some really great things that we're proposing to do, and actually had already made some national news this spring when Erin and her team pivoted with the virtual learning environment to offering virtual FAFSA one-on-one sessions. And she had been inundated when it started to receive national coverage on other states saying, how did you do this? What can we do and how can we replicate? And then those are all values that I know Erin and this team are really trying to bring to the table to move forward. So I'll stop there and let Erin talk to you a little bit. I think she just handed out some opportunities for folks, and she'll tell you a little bit about what those mean in a minute. But, you know, as you thumb through those various handouts, you'll hear these are actual materials that students are getting. You'll hear more about how we try to help support what's going on in schools to get their access.
Thanks, Wendy. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. As Wendy said, my name is Erin McGrath. I'm the Assistant Director of College Access and PK-12 Outreach at Schev. I last updated council in March, and I'm excited to be back here today talking about the progress we've made since then with our Access and FAFSA initiatives. Here's a roadmap of what we'll cover in the next 15 or so minutes. First, we'll look at the problem we're facing with post-secondary access and FAFSA completion in Virginia. We'll look at Schev's current access and FAFSA initiatives, and I'll mention these buckets of outreach, professional development, and direct student service. You'll hear those a few times. Next, we'll look at upcoming initiatives in access and FAFSA, and fourth, we'll talk about Schev's planned access and FAFSA initiatives. So to frame our problem, and I don't want to sound like a broken record because I've heard these themes of equity, access, and affordability throughout the day, but the Pathways to Opportunity Plan sets the goal to make Virginia the best state for education by 2030. My youngest daughter will be a senior in high school in 2030, so I have that sort of personally, that goal mark etched in my mind. We won't reach this goal without increasing the number of high school graduates participating in post-secondary education and training, including workforce credentials and traditional degrees. Our current enrollment trends, coupled with middle-of-the-road FAFSA completion rates, are an obstacle to reaching this goal. We know that in Virginia, about 25,000 students don't go on to post-secondary within 16 months of high school graduation. We also know that post-secondary degrees or credentials are essential to most 21st century jobs. As you see on the chart, post-secondary enrollment rates are significantly lower for African American, Hispanic, and Indigenous students, as well as for English learners, students who are low income or have disabilities. These disparities indicate that students are missing out on post-secondary opportunities that could increase the quality of their lives, expand their earning potential, and equip them to engage meaningfully in their communities. On the FAFSA front, in 2019, before the pandemic, Virginia ranked 23rd in the nation for FAFSA completions, just above the median. During the pandemic, Title I high schools experienced a 22.3% drop in FAFSA completions. You'll see on the chart in the middle there. the largest decline in the United States among Title I high schools. So why is FAFSA completion so important? In a 2018 study, approximately 15,000 Virginia high school seniors that would have been eligible for Pell Grants did not complete the FAFSA, amounting to more than $58 million in federal financial aid that students left on the table. This is aid that could have made the difference in thousands of students continuing their education, collecting greater earnings over their lifetimes, and changing their trajectories. Currently, Virginia's FAFSA completion rates come in 25th place, right at the middle of the pack. So what are we going to do to address these problems? Here I'll talk about our current initiatives. In outreach, we have the 1, 2, 3, Go initiative, something that was conceived by Paula Robinson about 10 years ago. Since 2013, Schev and ECMC, the Education Credit Management Corporation, have partnered to promote 1, 2, 3, Go. Schev coordinates these activities with high schools each year through materials, webinars, communications, etc., to help run the bulleted events you see on the screen. First, there's College Nights in Virginia, where high school students and families learn about how college can change their lives. They learn about Match and Fit, Match and Fit, the financial aid process, and scholarship searches and scams. Opportunity guides, which you have in front of you, are distributed. This is the go-to resource for post-secondary planning in Virginia. Scholarships are raffled at that event. The second event is College Application Week. High school seniors have time and support during the school day to apply to at least one post-secondary opportunity. High schools with 50% or more of their student population receiving free and reduced price lunch receive college application fee waivers for that week. Colleges send swag, their trivia and door decorating contests, and it's just a great opportunity for schools to celebrate their college-going culture. I'll talk separately about Super FAFSA project, but finally, during Decision Day, on or around May 1st, high schools celebrate their seniors' post-secondary military and workforce decisions. I mentioned this started in 2013. I believe that we began working with about a dozen high schools, and currently we serve just over 100 high schools annually with these events. Looking at professional development, we have Virginia CAN's annual conference. The Virginia College Access Network holds an annual conference every December for practitioners to provide updates, research, and best practices on access and outreach for students and families. School counselors, access professionals, and admissions representatives generally attend. Several Schev staff serve on the board of Virginia CAN and organize, assist, and present at this conference. And looking at direct student service, we have Gear Up Virginia, and Gear Up is an acronym for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programs. Schev has administered several Gear Up grants, and you'll see on the screen the different years and the different cohorts we've served. These multi-year grants support a cohort of students from middle school through post-secondary enrollment in school divisions with higher rates of economically disadvantaged students and lower rates of post-secondary enrollment. Europe's goal is to increase the number of low-income students who are prepared to enroll and succeed in post-secondary education. We do this through tutoring, mentoring, college campus visits, career exploration, financial aid awareness, summer camps, college advising, and more. Anything we can think of to move that needle. Historically, Gear Up students are much more likely to enroll in dual enrollment and advanced placement courses. We saw a 18 percentage point increase with the last cohort, as well as much more likely to graduate with an advanced diploma with an increase in 11 percentage points compared to baseline data. They're also much less likely to be chronically absent. Regarding FAFSA, I mentioned before the Super FAFSA project. Since 2002, Schev's partnered with Virginia high schools to host events where high school seniors and their parents receive free hands-on professional assistance with completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA. I mentioned before, this year we had over 100 high schools participating all over the state. For professional development in the FAFSA area, Schev partners with VASFA, the Virginia Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, to host FAFSA 101 and all things after FAFSA webinars for school counselors, access providers, and families. Also this year, Schev partnered with UVA's Social and Decision Analytics Division, and they created a FAFSA dashboard for us that displays the percentage of seniors at high schools in Virginia that have completed a FAFSA. This serves as a resource to high school counselors and access providers. As Wendy mentioned, with FAFSA Direct Student Service, Schev and Virginia Can last year partnered to provide one-on-one FAFSA assistance to families. Virginia Can members volunteered to provide this service, and they used whichever virtual platform they preferred. Students chose a date and a time from a shared calendar and were sent a link where an access provider would walk them through the FAFSA. Last year was our pilot year of 250 families, and we'll resume again this year in February. Okay, now I'll talk a little bit about new initiatives that are underway. We created a shared position with the Virginia Department of Education. The Post-Secondary Access and Success Specialists are developing a shared goal between the two agencies. I would have loved to introduce you to Brittany Everett, but she's feeling under the weather and definitely didn't want to bring in germs. I'm sure you'll meet her at an upcoming meeting. In September, Schev was awarded our 4th Gear Up grant. The grant will continue to focus on a select group of school divisions, but will now also support a statewide college access initiative. Gear Up will also partner with United Way of Greater Richmond and Petersburg to help families file their taxes and fill out a FAFSA simultaneously. Schev's Access and Gear Up team is all here, along with our most recent hire, Rebecca Lystash, our new Gear Up Virginia project director. Virginia 529 committed $875,000 annually for the next 3 years as a match to our Gear Up program. And then in June, Schev procured a contract to develop an access strategy and communications plan. The contract reviewed promising practices in other states, identified gaps in Virginia, and included a collaboratively designed outreach and communications plan. And there's a one-pager with examples of this work that I inserted into your opportunities guide. Regarding new FAFSA initiatives, there's an exciting event coming up. In an effort to assist students and families at Title I high schools, Schev and Virginia Can and ECMC will partner to provide FAFSA assistance at a FAFSA block party to be held February 19th, 10 to 3 p.m. here in Richmond at the Dewey Gottwald Center behind the Science Museum. COVID permitting, there'll be a DJ, to-go meals, a college and community resource fair, scholarship raffle, and of course, FAFSA assistance. And everyone is invited to attend. For planned activities to improve access and completion in Virginia, our planned activities center around recommendations from the FAFSA completion work group assembled by the Secretary of Education last summer. With support, Schev will implement these strategies in the coming year in access. We'll set an access and FAFSA completion goal with the Virginia Department of Education aligned with VDOE accreditation measures. We'd like to expand career and college advising to high-need high schools. And we would like to create an access communications role. For FAFSA, we will establish a governor's competition to promote FAFSA awareness, share student-level FAFSA data with high schools, helping them to target assistance to students who haven't started the FAFSA or started but didn't complete it. We would also like to continue to support the one-on-one FAFSA assistance initiative and continue to support the parallel FAFSA system called the VASA application, which you heard about this morning, for students who are not eligible to complete the FAFSA. So that was a lot, and that's what we've been up to.
I don't know if anyone has any questions, but I'd also like to give Dr. Jeffrey Smith an opportunity to speak. As well as being a council member, he is superintendent at Hampton City Schools, where Europe, Virginia is newly partnering. We'll be serving 1,300 middle and high school students there through 2028.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, just really comment to say that I really appreciate the information and what was presented. A couple of things in particular. To start with, clearly we know that there's some challenges ahead, but I greatly appreciate hearing the current initiatives that are in place to address those challenges. And second to that, not only the current initiatives, but the new initiatives. And when we talk about GEAR Up in particular, the expanded scope of GEAR Up. For example, for years, we have identified specific schools within school divisions to really serve. And I think that the expanded scope in terms of GEAR Up, where now we will identify and work with other students who may not be in the GEAR Up program throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia to really make that level of impact that is needed. But I think that a vehicle that we talked about extensively in terms of GEAR Up and some of these initiatives, that's very much working with the superintendent study group across the Commonwealth of Virginia and making certain that we really market the initiatives that are currently in place and some of the new initiatives throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I think that we'll get some good traction there with superintendent study groups and so forth. But kudos to the team for an exceptional presentation and for not only identifying the challenges, but also outlining the current initiatives to address the challenges, and then new initiatives that I think personally are quite aligned with what we need to do in terms of addressing those challenges. And we know that it's an uphill journey, but I think that the GEAR Up in particular, we're looking forward to Hampton, where we certainly know that it's directly aligned with our academy structure, and we're looking at workforce development and helping young people identify elementary and certainly at the middle school level now, and new initiatives there and at the high school to really focus on high demand, high wage jobs and careers. And this is a perfect fit in terms of a partnership, in terms of young people thinking through, but also knowing the pathway that they can take and see post-secondary as a real opportunity. And so we look forward to the partnership, and I know that the colleagues across the Commonwealth also look forward to this strengthening partnership with So we're focusing on just certain students, but best practices now that we can share and really impact far more young people across the Commonwealth in terms of so thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comment. Questions? Yes, please.
I think it was junior college application week. Did you say during that time period, students who were recipients of free lunch had their college application fees waived?
Actually, it's in a typical year, it would be at the entire high school if their student population, if there's 50% or more percent of their student population received free reduced price lunch. This past year, all Virginia public high schools were eligible for free and reduced price lunch. So institutions really stepped up and said, this year, for this week, if your high school is signed up for Virginia College Application Week, fees are waived.
So it's at the high school level.
At the high school level.
Itself has to sign,
not the individual. Correct.
Other questions? I'm just curious, like, is there, so I'm gonna assume that there's, some barriers to getting folks to even begin. And then there's some barriers associated with folks completing. So for the latter, are there specific components of the FAFSA form of process that are the most problematic?
It's a good question. I think you identified it. Just convincing students and maybe even more importantly, their parents or family about the importance of the form and to get it started and sort of the idea that there's nothing to be kind of suspicious about or worried about in providing that information that's requested on the FAFSA. I think sort of culturally, it's sort of looked at sideways, you know, in some places, and it's our job to really demystify and let families know that it's the pathway for, especially for low-income students to start in post-secondary.
Just trying to think through, you know, are there other creative ways to, you know, reach, maybe not starting with students, maybe it is starting with parents. In some of these situations, with their major employers who have this type of workforce, you know, I'm thinking of like a Cisco, or
Right.
something like that, where, you know, maybe you could partner up and actually create events within a workplace environment and provide, you know, employer incentives or something along those lines.
That's a terrific idea. And our new hire, the post-secondary access. The new shared position between Schev and VDOE actually has come to the table with a lot of really good new ideas about how to promote FAFSA through housing authority, through churches, trying to get at families in creative ways. But I think through the work, through employers is a great idea.
And how long does it take to fill one out? Let's say you actually have all your information immediately.
Yeah, an hour. If all things go well, when we did our one-on-one virtual FAFSA project, we scheduled those meetings for 1 hour, and they typically could wrap everything up within that hour. And if it wasn't done, we just go back and sign up for another hour.
Is there one of the partnerships with United Way?
Yeah.
And are they then going to Big Brothers Big Sisters? I mean, how's that actually?
So this will be our first year to do it. We're partnering with Brunswick High School, Hopewell High School, and Petersburg High School, where United Way will bring their tax preparers to the high schools to work with families and complete the FAFSA simultaneously for those senior families.
Is that one of the impediments to completing the form, is that the families have not completed their tax return?
Or don't want to share them? Yeah.
And then when we were prepping for this.
I'm sorry, this is just intriguing. And I'm just, so, I mean, is there, you know, online tools, right, for people to auto file?
Yeah.
Can we approach those providers? You know, so whether it's, you know, if it's a government or some of the private ones.
H&R Block has done this before, and United Way uses their software, and so that's why we went to H&R Block to pilot this program for United.
Just a question, and I know you talked a little bit about this before, but I'm still struck by the 24% drop for 2020 numbers. And I know you've done some analysis of that. Are you any closer to sort of identifying the root cause? I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff that we're doing to try to ameliorate it, but it's the single largest and the single largest by state.
Yeah.
But why Virginia and what sort of the biggest?
Yeah, we've tried to pick that apart. One, you know, because other states have Title I high schools.
Right.
One thought is that not all, you know, there are many more Title I elementary and middle schools than there are high schools. And reason being that, you know, not every high school that's eligible for Title I funds accepts them because of the strings attached to them. And so we're wondering if there's something going on with the high schools in Virginia that accept Title I funding that kind of put them behind, whether they were all virtual in Virginia for some reason, as opposed to maybe in other states there was more of a mix or a hybrid. But yeah, we're teasing that out still.
Didn't we have a discussion with Todd in the last meeting around, I mean, I don't think it was so specific, but it sort of was getting at the same issue relative to the 2020 impacts of hybrid.
Yeah, we looked at a couple different areas. I will say that we started to look at FAFSA started October 1, and we started to look at this year and how things were doing. And it does seem that it's picked up and we're doing better. It's very early on, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but the numbers are looking better this year, and actually we're at average. And they've done a different metric on low income versus Title I retirement. When we looked at that, it was looking better. So again, to Aaron's point, it could have been some big issues, but also we're tracking how we're getting on track this year, since that phase has already started.
It just seems like it's such a dramatic drop if it's apples to apples in terms of the data.
Yeah.
And I raised the question whether or not we really have a true comparison in terms of apples and apples. Because I think the mode of delivery of their various state divisions in Virginia, districts outside of Virginia, managed the pandemic in terms of delivery of instruction was just so different. And so I don't know that we really have that comparative data to really. And you may find something as you, I'm trying to bring things here, but the way in which we deliver instruction here and other states and high school, it was so different across the country. That was something really neat to do.
I love the whole package and everything that you're doing. And one discussion that we had this morning was that I think 14,000 12th graders in Virginia, and 40% of the first grade students have a disability. I'm just wondering, this would be a perfect place to weave in. We have a great checklist of everything we need to do in terms of accommodations. So to weave in, assuming Title I schools have students with disabilities, that part of their preparation for college would also be preparation for any accommodation applications that we need to do. It's based on our conversation this morning. I don't see that in here. And this is only one tool, but in terms of your population, assuming that is a portion, to think about how to mainstream that, or streamline it, so that it's not something that is in shadows.
I think that's a terrific addition to this resource.
And I was just going to piggyback on the fact that counselors and individuals plug in at the various high schools in Virginia and other entities work on hydrogen. It's just so.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
I will note that because this is an exciting item coming, this is one handout and you'll see this level up. Virginia really doesn't have kind of a central resource for information, and we're hoping to get to that next level. That's the next big phase. But I like to look at these quotes when they did this Vantage. You'll see that she talked about this contractor. We had, spend a lot of time looking at Virginia and what other states are doing. The assumption was that Schev's resources and Virginia resources are accessible and successful, and you get these quotes that I never really used them. So we've learned a lot from this process. That we have all these resources, but it's too many. And so what they've really done, and this is outside, marketers and people who do this all the time, gave us ideas on how to simplify messaging, how to get things across more clearly, and gave us really a communications playbook. And that's where we're headed to next. To your point, when we need to do checklists, we don't have a centralized site, we don't have a good way to communicate. So once we can we're getting started already. Once we can start to get these things together, this will also really help get us to a different level and communicate statewide and provide more resources.
Well, obviously, you've got a lot of support. Careful what you wish for. A lot of ideas. But yeah, obviously, it's a starting point for some of these students that we really want to serve better. So we appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. And as you can tell, we're here keeping that helping you when we can.
I'll speak for the team. So we really do appreciate your support and and your suggestions as well.
Madam Chair, talk about being transformative. And the work that Aaron's doing and what you heard about today and beyond to transform the lives of thousands of kids. Aaron, would you ask your team to stand up?
Please stand up, Access and Hero team. Just the best people to work with. And we're growing, we're hiring.
Okay, I'll stand up here
Okay.
and be brief. Good afternoon, council members. Happy New Year. I'll refer to the director's report. This is on page 81. I won't go through every item. I'll just go through a handful of them. You know, we start the legislative session tomorrow. The governor inaugurated on Saturday. We'll be working very closely with particularly the new leadership on the House side. We had Glenn Davis, the incoming chair of the House Education Committee, come speak to the presidents yesterday. We'll be getting to know the new members of the Appropriations Committee once they are named, and once we know who the subcommittee is. We were very pleased with the introduced budget. It is aligned very closely with your priorities, particularly around financial aid, affordability, and some other strategies that you recommended. Legislation's coming in. There's not a whole lot yet related to higher education. What's the bill deadline, Valerie?
The 21st.
So bill deadline's the 21st. We will send you an email shortly after them with a compilation of all the legislation that is relevant to higher education. So that's one. There is one issue I wanted to call your attention to. This is an issue of what we call stranded credits. And there's a situation in higher education across the country, not just in Virginia, where if a student owes money to the institution will withhold the transcript for that student. So if you request a transcript in order to get a job or transfer to another institution, the college university will not give that to you unless you pay your bill. So there is legislation coming forward. This is a national movement. The U.S. Secretary of Education got behind it recently that said this is a practice that we probably should not continue because it slows down a student's progress towards getting an education. And in some cases, it's for people who owe less than $500. A small amount of money, it cannot get you transferred. So there's going to be some legislation on this topic. I think it's already been introduced, right?
Senate Bill 159.
Senate Bill 159 that Senator Hashmi has introduced. I didn't know if this is ever an issue that you thought about, or if you had any advice for us, because it will be a pretty high-profile issue in the legislative session, and your voice on this topic could carry some weight. So I wanted to call that to your attention and see if anybody has any comments. On the other side, withholding the transcript is a very effective way to get a student to pay their bill. And so there's a question of, where is the balance? How should you approach this? So I don't know if anybody has any immediate reaction, or if you want to give this some thought, give me a call or give Beverly a call later on. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Peter, can you send us any analysis that's been done on the topic today, either comparatively, legally, otherwise, whatever exists? And I am aware of it only because I have a kid who was applying to grad school and discovered he had a fee that had not been paid. So, and I didn't really think too much about it at the time, other than give him my credit card, but
Right.
it had not even occurred to me that it existed as a practice, so it'd be helpful to get some background on it.
Sure. We have some readily available information on the topic that we'll send around. And again, this is one topic that we know will have some visibility.
And it's just for my background, because I only have this one example, does it exist at any time? So post-graduation, pre-graduation, anytime you're asked for a transcript if there's an outstanding amount, and is it universal across the state?
Usually. I mean, there's variations by institution.
Right, but it happens pretty uniformly across the state?
It's a strategy that's used across the nation.
Okay. Yeah, no, that'd be helpful to get the background.
Is it how?
Is it like cut and dry, like either we're withholding or not, there's no appeals process or anything like that, and does the bill contemplate?
I'm sure there's variations, and there's also maybe variations on thresholds, like if you owe more than 500, we'll withhold it. So there's a lot of differences among institutions. And so the proposal that Senator Hashmi has is absolute. But there might be some gray area in between that where we might want to come in.
Do we know, has anyone actually what dollar amount that is across the state or
Some of the analysis, I'll send you this marker, have that, but it's calculated based on an algorithm. It's not actual.
Just generally.
Yes.
Average.
I mean, it's a large amount.
I would imagine.
Well, it's on something under it, it could be a little involved.
Yes.
Oh, trust me, my son's case,
Yeah.
it's like $70.
Right.
That was 3 years ago. This is the first time you heard of it.
Moving right along, you heard Aaron mention Brittany Everett. She's our new shared employee with the Virginia Department of Education. The first time we've ever done anything like this. We thought it was valuable that this person be located at VDOE, because when you get an email from VDOE, you pay attention to it. If you're a superintendent, well, if you get one from Schev, you might not. So this person will have a VDOE email address and will work very closely with us through a memorandum of agreement with Virginia Department of Education. We've been very busy publishing a lot of different reports. I think I sent you back shortly after Thanksgiving, several of them, including the annual report of the Pathways to Opportunity Plan. Thank you, Emily, for all your good work on that. There are a number of others, the cost and funding needs study, the interim report, Webby described that earlier, the graduate outcomes survey report, and others. So it's very busy. We just issued a new grant program through our Fund for Excellence and Innovation. Ms. Connolly, this is something that we adapted from the University Innovation Alliance, something that caught your eye about some sharing of opportunities, and so we put out an incentive for colleges and universities to come together around that program. We've had a couple of meetings with the presidents, including one yesterday. We'll continue to meet with them. The next one there is in February. Ms. Connolly and Paula Robinson, of our staff, and I visited BMI last month, and that was a very eye-opening experience for us, and I would encourage, as you like to get out to all of our institutions, but Virginia Military Institute certainly has a proud history of Virginia. And we're pleased to hear the progress that they're making on their one core, one BMI plan. And I'll just, in addition, Wendy, I don't know if you mentioned this.
I just had a quick question.
Yes.
And for any of you who make the visit, I know when we heard from them, I think it was last spring, did a number of sort of prioritized investment areas that came out of this resulting report. Some of it was security related and otherwise. Did you see progress being made on some of those funds being there?
Yeah, I mean, one, it's amazing how much doors cost. I was really actually surprised by some of the amounts, but there's a specific budget request that ties directly to a lot of it. So that was good. They're slowly getting into some of the more cultural aspects as opposed to, kind of the scandal aspects, and enjoying facilitated conversations within the forum, which I think is interesting. And, it's a process. I think they have to do for one person, but they have begun that. They think they were teed up to do some of their DOD, first DOD training on, I don't know if it was on October, but it was, along the lines of kind of what we do. And I did ask them, based on feedback that they get, might be something that would be interested in experiencing as well. There was clear progress. And they laid out, they gave us some additional information, the plan, and some commentary on where things were, some of the process-oriented points, like the honor system, and some of the concerns in there. They were in the process of implementation, or just about to the process of implementation. So I was, in some cases, I was like, gosh, I hope we can lean in and move a little faster there. Other places, I was personally kind of surprised that they haven't
Great, thank you.
Ms. Connolly mentioned the price of the door. They had a budget request in of about $7 million a year for physical plan upgrades, as well as new staff in the diversity office, in the Title IX office, and their full request is included in the introduced budget. And a $7 million increase on a base budget of about $21 million is a significant investment. we've talked a couple of times today about mental health and student support services. In particular, we've developed a partnership with the Virginia Mental Health Access Program, and through that have engaged the universities, counseling officers in particular. We've identified some training needs that they would benefit from, and are putting together a contract for some online training opportunities for people in these campuses right now. So that's an ongoing relationship that has emerged over the last 18 months. We mentioned Brittany Everett. We've been hiring new staff, and we held back hiring a lot through the pandemic to kind of wait and see what happened. So we're beginning to hire. We're also filling in some of the positions that Aaron identified for the Gear Up program and others throughout the agency. We're getting excellent candidates, and we're very fortunate that the most excellent candidates are saying yes. So we're really pleased with who we're bringing in here over the last several months. We had a great staff meeting back in December. I want to special thanks to Katie Webb and Dr. Scheck Snyder for coming out and bringing us greetings and celebrating with us back in December. Related to great staff work, we had what we call the Commonwealth of Virginia campaign. This is our annual fundraising drive and for good causes in Virginia. And Schev staff contributed over 9,000. It's the largest figure in recent history. Special thanks to Todd Massa, who gave a very impassioned plea to the staff to participate and contribute to this. I've gotten out and about a little bit. I didn't quite get to see Here's the Bag as I had hoped when I was up there with a little bit of weather interference, but I'll get back up to see him a bit later on. Finally, I'll just note that JLARC, the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, met yesterday, and they passed a resolution directing the staff to conduct a study of financial aid in Virginia. And this is timely. This is something that we had some conversations with them about and helped them shape the resolution. But one of the key areas with it is to look at the award policies. A lot of what we've done over the last year is determine how much funding should go to an individual institution based on the student need at that institution. One area that JLARC will examine is what happens once the institution gets it. How do they allocate it to students, and are there maybe some more efficient ways to achieve equity and other kinds of goals that we would pursue. So we're looking forward to that. Interestingly, there also in the resolution is an examination of dual enrollment programs, their costs, and how the credits transfer. And you'll hear more about dual enrollment from Dr. Morrissey in a minute, but I wanted to call that to your attention. That's all of my report.
Do you know who reviewed or who requested that?
Well, no. Are you talking about dual enrollment?
Yeah, I'm just curious
Okay.
the context for that being chosen.
This is Ellen Davenport from Virginia Community College System.
Hi, it was, I felt like it's very awesome for us to be able to do it, but that's also the sure that they would repair any needs to long.
It's interesting that they included dual enrollment within financial aid because it's a whole other different complete study that would take a year to do. Right.
I mean, there was like, there's, potential overlap of providing some subsidy for the costs associated with
Yeah.
dual enrollment, right?
Yeah.
One of the recommendations.
Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Well, this is just going back to the graduate outcome study, and I know there was some positive press on being a leader in this, and what are we doing with the outcome study, and what else can we do?
Yeah, as well. We shared some more details with the presidents yesterday. We distributed to all of the universities their respective data so they can go look at it and compare it to their own administrative data. We have the opportunity now, let's see, about 2/3 of the respondents said that we had permission to match their survey responses to our administrative data. So we can look at their course taking patterns, evidence of kinds of experiences that they had in college, and then align that with their survey results. So we're trying to frame a research agenda around that right now, and the institutions have their own data to do further research.
This is, well, thanks, Peter, for a very education. And it's prompted by a lot of stuff, but I think your comments about the visit to BMI are concerns. Change is tough. And the requests that BMI has made to implement the proposed changes, I think are important. There are others related to the very same issue. I read last week that the diversity position held by Dr. Underwood is not going to be retained. Given the work that's begun at the BMI, and there's some other issues related to that in higher education, I hope that if there's a way that we can lend our voices to the importance of continuing the work that's begun, as this issue brings its way to the legislature, we won't hesitate to understand. I think what's happening, particularly at BMI, is so important for that institution's commitment to making the necessary changes that we can't allow in the past. And so I, for one, will be watching, how the legislature responds to this request. And I hope that you won't hesitate to let us know how we can weigh in.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We have, through the course of a couple of years, established better relationships with the diversity officers at all of the institutions, and we will continue to pursue those. Thank you.
Other questions for Peter?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, you didn't around just a little bit, I don't know, we're out of time. Cool. So why don't we take a break, get back here and be ready for our next presentation at around 2:30, and we pick up the school enrollment.
They also had a transfer. It's not like you're gonna get free. She was here right before you got here. It was the first time seeing her. That's really great. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. I look pretty. I'm sorry. If you could, please, yeah. Yeah, emails too. Change the method. Very wrong. So there's you know, it's terrible. Yeah, 3 times like a right when the college is oh yeah. It's good. It's easier. Yeah.
I walked you through it today on one too.
Well, but I mean,
I know.
Everybody's cold.
Right. I know, and I actually sent an email about it. Maybe I'm not quite as cold as I was. It's probably also right.
I'll give it to you.
Oh, I know. You know, I think part of it is that we haven't had a day call in a long time. You know, I'll be ready to, get a little covered this afternoon. All right, take care So this is still streaming though, right? Okay.
Hi, how are
I know. We actually said at the end of the sunset.
I know, no. It's gonna be true.
No, never do that. No, I don't think it's wise.
I guess from Chev's perspective, I'll just say, and that's how we cover it. The whole window. And she can have brand. Do you think it's necessary for her to have transfer policy? She's getting way out ahead of me. She's way out ahead She's still working. But you probably should see her. That's the guy. She has yeah, that's what, yeah, contact me anytime.
Clicker is right there on the table. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you as well. So it's protocol is take the mask off? It's been a mix. Do you think you project well enough? I don't think you're gonna mind. I actually just want to go to sleep. Is when I wear the mask. I feel like I'm deprived of oxygen.
I am not used to wearing masks.
It's bumping right out of my ears today, and that actually never happens. Just like,
Yeah,
I don't know why this one in particular. Yeah, this one is trying to adjust it. We would all be over right now. Chris. That's true. That's true. And I'm Brandon Barrett, want to go groceries?
Yeah, yeah.
I know. One day.
Oh, no, we're breaking. We got
We're still on hold. We're still on hold.
The city world is yes.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think? You're leaving soon, right?
We're just gonna hop into the other room at 3:30.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah. Ellen, go down.
And I was actually remiss, I missed the agenda item earlier, which was to actually approve the council minutes from October 26th.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Very good, thank you. We're back on track. And actually, this is a topic that I know that many people are very excited to learn more about. Talk a bit about dual enrollment past sessions, purposefully kind of timed this discussion so that it would be after the one that we had at the last meeting, which was about transfers. Because obviously for the dual enrollment process to have that kind of impact, we have to make sure that that is actually transferring that intended fashion, so a lot of energy in there. But some good work has been done on this topic as well. So we have Dr. Morrissey here with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. And the fact that Dr. Bluco is sitting back there, you know, kind of not doing anything. Would you care to further introduce the subject?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to introduce Sharon Morrissey to you, and I will just include a couple of remarks in my introduction. So first of all, I just want to remind council members that Schev does have some policy responsibility with regard to dual enrollment. We administer a policy which nowadays is little used that is intended to adjudicate when there are conflicts between a 2-year community college doing dual enrollment in a given locale and a 4-year institution or other 2-year public institution that wishes to do so. So Schev has that responsibility. We also have a policy on dual enrollment credit transferability. That is related to the 2018 transfer legislation. Council has recently approved that in the last year. That policy serves as the theoretical underpinning for the principle of dual enrollment, which is that dual enrollment courses really need to be treated as completely equivalent to the non-dual enrollment versions of those courses, so that when kids take them in the K-12 system, if that's what they're doing, then when they move on to post-secondary ed in whatever form, the credits transfer with them. And so that is a matter of policy in Virginia, and it's yielded certain benefits. That, of course, is not the totality of issues that are relevant to dual enrollment, because you have to have a lot of teachers and a lot of colleges and a lot of college procedures and policies and kids in K-12. And that's where Sharon comes in, because Sharon is the Vice Chancellor for Academic Services and Research at the community college system. She's responsible for the academic enterprise within the community college system. And though not entirely all of dual enrollment in Virginia is offered by community colleges, the bulk of it is, and the community colleges are by policy in Virginia the default offerer of dual enrollment for public school districts. So there's a very important relationship there. So I want to remind the council of those policy considerations and those roles that Schev does have. And then the last thing I want to say before Sharon will present to you the bulk of her presentation is that Sharon Morrissey is a very good friend of Schev's. I know it and my staff know it because we work with her and her staff all the time. She has been a breath of fresh air for years now. She is always supportive of any policy considerations that have to be implemented. She works productively towards solutions, and she is really a friend both to Schev and to higher ed policy and student outcomes in general in Virginia. And so when she presents to you ideas about a higher ed topic, you really are getting a voice that is thinking contextually about what is good for higher education as a whole. And with that, don't blush too much. I'll turn it over to Sharon.
Thank you, Joe. Madam Chair, members of council, thank you for inviting me here today to say a few words about dual enrollment in Virginia. Let me first start by defining what is dual enrollment in Virginia. So dual enrollment is when a qualified high school student takes a college course and earns both high school credit and college credit for that course, hence the term dual enrollment. In Virginia, most of dual enrollment occurs in the high school, and the courses are taught by qualified high school faculty members. The student earns a college grade based on the college grading scale. A student earns a college transcript. So a student is admitted into the community college while also being a student of the high school. So I just will start with that definition just to level set our thinking about dual enrollment. Across the country, more than 1 million students take dual enrollment credit every year. Did somebody
trip over the cord. There it goes. And that's pretty, it's a number that is a big number, and it's growing. It's a growing number. So dual enrollment is a big thing for high school students and for parents of high school students. And there is a body of research around dual enrollment outcomes that shows that students who dual enroll while they are in college or in high school are more likely to graduate, more likely to go to college, and more likely to finish a college degree. So there's a value inherent in dual enrollment. There's a very specific study out of Colorado that I will point to here. They actually tracked their dual enrolled students for many years after they graduated, and found that those students with dual enrollment credits were more likely to earn a college degree either on time or early, because they had those credits while they were in high school, and they had higher earnings after 5 years than students who did not dual enroll while they were in high school. And of course, the big value proposition about dual enrollment is that it saves students and families time and money. So I know you can't read this. Just trust me, this is a summary of dual enrollment legislation going all the way back to 2011 with the Top Jobs Act, when the legislature recognized that dual enrollment was a way to promote pathways to degree attainment. And so there have been several additions to the dual enrollment legislation over the years, the most recent one being the one that Dr. DeFilippo spoke about in 2017, 2018, about guaranteeing the transferability of general education course credits, directing council to oversee the development of pathways to the baccalaureate. This is all significant work that's been underway for 3 years, and I want to commend Dr. DeFilippo and his staff for the tremendous work that they have done in leading this effort, bringing all the universities to the table, bringing all the community colleges to the table, and making sure that this policy is enacted. This legislation also directed the state board for community colleges to implement and adopt standards for dual enrollment so that we can say to the universities, these are the same quality courses, same standards, same rigor. Very, very important that the universities accept dual enrolled courses that are taken while kids are in high school as equivalent in rigor and quality to the courses that are taught on the college campus. So I'm going to take a look at the 2018-19 dual enrollment year's outcomes. There were 46,000, actually over 46,000 high school students who dual enrolled that year. And I intentionally picked the pre-pandemic year because the pandemic upset the numbers quite a bit for the 2 most recent years. 80% of these students took the classes at their high school. That means that the classes were taught by a qualified high school teacher who has the same exact credentials as a faculty member teaching at the community college. And that's very, very important for the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, our accrediting body. We must make sure that the high school teachers who teach these college level courses are qualified to teach the courses. We also provide professional development to them. We provide the syllabus, the textbook, help them understand the context of teaching at the college level if they have not done so before. And many of them actually end up becoming adjuncts for our community colleges. So it's a very helpful situation. The other 20% take their classes at the community college. So they will perhaps go to the community college to take classes in an academy, such as one that is at Virginia Western Community College. It's a healthcare academy. High school students come to the college because they don't have healthcare equipped labs at their high school. And once they come to the college, they're taught by college faculty, and they're able to experience hands-on instruction in those labs and get a head start towards their healthcare careers.
So about 20% of those students are coming onto the college campus to take their classes. The average participation rate in 2018, 2019 was 17%. So we think, wow, 46,000, that's a big number. But when you spread that number across all the high schools in the Commonwealth, and you look at all of the total population of high school students in Virginia, it's only 17% of the students. But one thing I want to point out here is that the participation rate is very uneven. So it ranges from, say, 49% or 50% in Northumberland and Bath counties. So that's half your student body is dual enrolled, to 1% in Pittsburgh. So a wide variation of participation, which I think has some equity implications, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. These 46,000 students completed over 400,000 credit hours successfully, meaning they completed those courses with a grade of A, B, or C. And that averages out to, on average, 3 courses per student. So graduating from high school, you have 3 courses of college credit on a transcript in your hand. And by the way, 4,100 students that year earned a college credential while they were still in high school. So that could have been a certificate, or it could have been an associate degree. So what happened to those students the following fall? 20,000 students who had dual enrolled during the 2018-2019 academic year enrolled, or we looked at what happened to them after they graduated in the spring of 2019. We looked at them, what happened to those students. The gray box, the big box, or part of the circle says other institutions. Those are 4-year colleges and universities. So the majority of dual enrolled students go on to 4-year institutions. Only 23% go on to the community college from which they took their dual enrolled courses. I want to point out the yellow slice here. These are the unknowns. So almost 20% of the students who have dual enrollment credit on a transcript, successful with a grade of A, B, or C, did not go to college that we know of in Virginia. So we don't know what happened to those students. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. We did look at equity in dual enrollment. This is very new data. We have recently, the Virginia Community College System has recently adopted a new strategic plan, a 6-year plan called Opportunity 2027. And the overarching goal is equity, that we will ensure that students of any race, gender, ethnicity, age, everybody has the equal opportunity to succeed, and we're going to help them get there by the year 2027. So we've started disaggregating data and looking at what's happening to our students. We looked at our dual enrolled students, and we found some troubling indicators there. Black and Hispanic students are woefully underrepresented in dual enrollment. So, for example, with Black students, they comprise about 21.6% of the total high school population, but only 11% of them are dual enrolled. Hispanic students, even worse. They make up about 16.5% of the total high school population, only 6% of them are dual enrolled. Then when you look at the Asian students and the white students, you see the opposite. So they are very overrepresented in dual enrollment. I want to say a word about uniform tuition rates. Some of you may have heard about this before. So our state board has a policy that allows a college to discount the tuition rate for dual enrolled students if the course is taught at the high school, and if the course is taught by a qualified high school teacher that is being paid for by the high school. So the college is not paying the teacher, and the college is not providing the instructional space. So The idea behind this policy is that colleges and school divisions would then negotiate that tuition rate, and that has happened all across Virginia. And what we find when we look at what those rates are is that there is wide variation from zero. Some colleges don't charge anything. I'm going to try to turn my sound off here. From zero all the way up to $160 per credit hour for tuition and fees. And it's just ridiculous, these negotiated rates that are occurring. And every time you dig down into these negotiated rates, there are reasons for them. But the variation is, you have to question, the fairness of the variation of these costs. Further, in some cases, the school division passes the cost along to the parents. And in some cases, the school division pays the cost of this, whatever the tuition rate is. In 2017, JLARC had completed a study of several issues within the community college system. One of them was dual enrollment. And one of the recommendations, loud and clear, was the state board should adopt a uniform tuition rate so that it's the same everywhere in the Commonwealth. We attempted to do that. We have been attempting that actually for 4 years now, and we haven't gotten there yet. There is a conception among some people that dual enrollment should be free, that we're not paying for the teacher, we're not paying for the classroom, so why do we need to charge tuition for the course? And that fails to take into consideration factors like a full-time dual enrollment coordinator at every community college, or a liaison person who has to manage the enrollment of students, high school students. It doesn't take into account all of the student services components that go into supporting the enrollment of high school students. They all have to be admitted, they all have to be enrolled, they all have to be advised. That's a SAC COC requirement. They all have to have an orientation to library services. That's a SAC COC requirement. There are business office costs, and I could go, there are deans and faculty members who have to oversee the curriculum, evaluate it, provide professional development for the faculty. It goes on and on and on. So the cost, there are costs, but what those costs are, we haven't exactly been able to wrap our minds around yet.
Okay, just a quick question.
Yes.
Has there been a comparison of the student costs to the data on the prior page? Would you find that the district where there was, let's move the next to
Yep.
Yeah, so that page. So there's a correlation between schools where there is a higher cost model and the level of disparity?
No, but we will look at that. That's a great idea. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, we need to slice and dice the data and look at it in terms of cost. Thank you for that. Yes.
Quick question. What is the purpose of the dual enrollment program in general? Is it to expose the students to, or is it to get them college credit? Or is it the purpose to expand the set of folks that are going to college?
I think it's both. It's to allow qualified high school students, and in our case, our state board has set that policy as high school juniors and seniors. They have to be qualified, so they have to have a certain grade point average in order to enroll in college courses. But giving those qualified students the opportunity, it's like students who take an AP course. The AP course is a way to get college credit while you're still in high school. The dual enrollment course is much the same as an AP course, except there's not a test at the end. The student doesn't have to take the AP test to get credit. And then, yes, I think the General Assembly in Virginia has recognized that dual enrollment in high school is a way to increase degree attainment overall.
Yeah, I think you're seeing an evolution, right, where I think that initially it was more about signaling.
Yes.
Some disclosure. And now it's more about, how let's create a more affordable pathway, maybe the beginning of these things in a much more directed and considered.
Yeah, I think the 2017, 2018 legislation that Dr. DeFilippo pointed to changed the narrative about dual enrollment significantly.
It's like, one of the follow part is, is there, on the dual enrollment side, are the classes what they're taking, are they more on skills attainment, or is it just on, focused on saying, you know, I gotta get my bio 101?
Great question.
101 out of the way.
Right, thank you for that question. So the majority of the students are dual enrolling in transfer courses. However, CTE is growing. Now, the reason we don't have a lot of CTE in Virginia is Virginia high schools have some very robust CTE programs already. But we do have CTE pathways as well as transfer pathways. And if you hear me use the word pathway, you know, that's very important, is so the student doesn't waste credits, like take credits that aren't going to go somewhere or take credits that aren't going to count. So we're trying very hard to push the pathway conversation with dual enrollment. So I want to leave, I have some takeaways and then some recommendations. First, policymakers, as we were just discussing, recognize the value of dual enrollment in Virginia. So you know, it's a very supported and facilitated activity because of legislation that's been passed ever since going back to 2011. It's fast growing, so there's a lot of interest. There's especially a lot of interest from parents who see this as an alternative to AP classes and AP exams. The participation does vary, as I said earlier, by school division. We need to, you know, we need to sort of take a look at that, I think. Teachers have to be qualified. I've already said that. They have to be qualified to teach college courses. And without, you know, it goes without saying, I guess, that if dual enroll students take the right courses in their pathway and they continue on to college, they will save a significant amount of money in tuition and fees towards the cost of a degree if all of their credits transfer. So here are my recommendations. As I was putting this presentation together and looking at the data, these are like the big points that stood out to me. First, our colleges, our community colleges need to be target marketing those almost 20% of high school graduates who have dual enrollment credits. They have college credits, but they didn't go on to college that we know of in Virginia. So where are they? We need to be target marketing to those families and those students to try to get them on into post-secondary education.
Just a quick question on that point. Do we know that they didn't go to college at all, or did they go outside the state?
We don't know if they went outside the state.
Because, I mean, we could be
They
marketing to people who are in college and just are in another state.
That's true. That's true. We can probably use National Student Clearinghouse
Yeah.
data to find that out. The second recommendation is to set some equity goals. Superintendents and college presidents negotiate how the structure of their agreement every year, and every year they have to sign a very formal and official MOU. I put this on my list of things to work on this year. I want to try to make some changes to that MOU structure so that we have embedded some equity goals that the school division and the college president can together work on. We need to increase dual enrollment participation rates in those areas of the Commonwealth where the rates are very low, like Petersburg. That is troubling to me. There's an equity issue there as well, because those students, maybe they're all taking AP courses, I don't know. But if they're not all taking AP courses, then they're missing an opportunity to have this college credit opportunity while they're still in high school, which other students are getting. I'd like to see more resources given to the public school divisions to support credential attainment for high school teachers so they can teach college level classes. So it would upskilling some of the teachers to get that master's degree with 18 graduate hours in the teaching discipline. And then we have to have a uniform tuition rate. Ever since, for years, I have wanted to be able to go to the General Assembly and say, we have dual enrollment, it has a cost. We have low-income families who cannot afford to pay the cost. We would like to have some financial aid dollars to support low-income high school students who dual enroll. We can't do that because the cost is all over the map. So we have to have a uniform tuition rate before we can make that ask for those low-income families.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I think your last point is so important. I'm wondering, and you said it, you've been working on it for 4 years, probably longer.
Probably longer.
And it's so critical to all of your recommendations, to understanding what's the cost and then figuring out how we can get the resources. So what's it going to take to get to that point where we understand the scope and then can figure out some solutions?
I think the study that JLARC is embarking on will help. I think there are a lot of legislators who are also interested in getting this settled because there are initiatives to set up more dual enrollment academies with these would be CTE pathways, like the healthcare pathways at Virginia Western. I think Terry Austin would like to expand that, have more of that across the state, but it's hard to do because we don't know we know what it is in Roanoke, but it varies in other areas of the state, that tuition rate. So yes, we need to get it done. So I'm hopeful that the JLARC study will help us get there. I'm assuming that we will have a new superintendent at some point, so there's an opportunity there to have a conversation. During this administration, the Secretary of Education, and particularly Dr. Fran Bradford, she's now sitting as the secretary. She was the deputy secretary before. She tried to facilitate many conversations and meetings, and we didn't get there, but we can get there. I'm confident that we can get there.
Okay. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dr. Marshall, for your comments today. Been talking with Marge and Peter, some of you, about dual enrollment for a little while. It just seems like sort of a gift from heaven in terms of helping us to reach our goal of becoming the best educated state in the nation by 2030 because of the attainment gap that exists, demographic groups that you referenced, and others as well. And I think this represents an opportunity for us to really have another arrow in our quiver, so to speak, to help us to reach that goal. Attainment gaps that exist relative to demographic groups, and access and cost are significant hurdles to attainment. So I believe that dual enrollment, properly done, is a great tool to help us really advance our plan of increasing equity, affordability, and being transformative as well. So as a result of your presentation today and the study of dual enrollment program expenses in Virginia by the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Community College System, I would suggest that we try to strengthen dual enrollment by the following, and I'll read these. Increase consistency across the Commonwealth relative to managing administrative issues regarding dual enrollment programs. 2, address financial impediments that exist. 3, provide funding and incentives to support teacher credentialing in order to increase the pool of qualified teachers. And 4, ensure quality instruction across the Commonwealth. And 5, or catch on anything else that you find smart people think you need to do in order to make this program work for kids and families in Virginia. But I believe critically that collaborative effort between Schev, Virginia Department of Education, and BCCS coming together with a team of advisors or some kind of body to help formulate all these recommendations is what is needed to push the dual enrollment forward in a manner that can make it meaningfully effective in achieving our goals across the Commonwealth. I had a question, but I think you've already answered it, which was where are you on your thoughts on uniform tuition rate? Should it be free? And I presume I know the answer to your question already, but go ahead.
Actually, I wish it were free. I used to work in North Carolina, for the North Carolina Community College System, where I worked intensely on dual enrollment there. So I have a long history and background in dual enrollment. It was free. It is free in North Carolina. North Carolina fully funds both the high school and the community college. Fully pays all the tuition, fully funds it. Because North Carolina is that invested in dual enrollment.
That's the key word, invested.
Yes.
And not being an expense, but an investment.
Yes. And so while I was there, we did this pathways work because the General Assembly said, we don't want kids taking a bunch of credits that won't go anywhere, don't matter, a bundle of credits that don't matter when they go to the university because they don't count for anything. So we did pathways work to stream, and we're doing that now in Virginia. We're doing pathways work with our dual enrollment students in our dual enrollment programs. Now, in Virginia, it's not free. Probably will never be free. So I would like for us to get to a point where we could say, a course might cost $100, or a credit hour might cost $30, which is a significant reduction of our tuition, which is $154 a credit hour. So, that would be a significant reduction, but there has to be some reimbursement back to the community college to pay the costs that the community colleges are absorbing.
I would hope that our fine leaders in the legislature now in the future years would understand the great value that comes from advancing dual enrollment and find a way to fund that initiative, because there are so many things that just can't simply go away. And we don't need that impediment for them to not go. It would just be another reason for them not to go. I can't afford. We got smart kids who need to be going to college. So I would hope that we can find a way to pay for that for families.
Yeah, I would, I just think, I appreciate what you're saying, I think both from a financial and political perspective. But I think that financial, you can't be barrier. It just can't. Maybe there is a cost to it, but if that, we just lose these people, and they can't afford that cost, we have to. I do think that, because I do believe that the equity issue here, obviously there's these stats that are not great there, and we've unfortunately seen other programs that are intending, I think, to target very capable students and lift them up, that end up in a kind of perverse way exacerbating, in some cases almost segregation. So we just have to make sure, as we expand this, and I think expanding significantly is a great answer, so we got to make sure, we don't have that on the
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would appreciate any support the council could give us on this matter.
Yeah, sure.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Maybe a stupid question, but how does dual enrollment work across state boundaries? If you're a North Carolina high school student, and you take English, college level English in the senior year, are the Virginia community colleges going to accept that?
Probably, because you are bringing with you a Wake Tech Community College transcript. So it's done, it shows up as a college course. It doesn't show up as a high school course when you apply for college.
So it's North Carolina.
Well, yeah. No, that's up to the institution here in Virginia, their admissions protocols.
So there's no national organization trying to work in quality nationally. So, because that might help if that were the case.
Actually, there is a national organization called NACEP, the National Association of Concurrent Enrollment Programs. And they actually accredit dual enrollment programs. at community colleges, and I think 2 or maybe 3 of our colleges have already become accredited. It's an arduous process to gain that accreditation, but it's very valuable because it is a standard of quality. And I don't know if any, I don't know about in neighboring states, but it is a national organization.
And I do think that the fact that these have to be approved by the accreditor of the higher education institution, I think, goes a long way.
I'm sorry, I'm still struggling with the last 2 things on the list. Coming up with a tuition rate and then certifying the faculty, particularly. To me, those are the 2 major issues. And while I think the one that they are, they will dissect policy issues and come up with recommendations, is this really in their domain, or is this something that could be solved or wrestled between the Department of Education, which is in the community college system, and the one from Schev with that, in terms of coming up with a tuition rate that we could then ask the General Assembly, this is what all the parties have agreed for the numbers. But really, it seems like it's our problem to solve.
I have related down that same point I'm thinking about. I mean, I'm really not sure that it's an audit point as much as it is a pro forma and get everybody to agree on it. Because it doesn't, I'm not sure it really matters if you can get to the bottom of the audit level per university or per system as much as it is get to a pro forma rate and get it to buy into.
It's our job to come up with that and then go to the General Assembly to say, here's the tuition rate, we've all agreed.
Right. I think the problem there is getting everybody to agree on a rate. So everybody agrees, I'll channel the chancellor here, everybody agrees as long as it's their rate. As long as it's the rate we're currently charging, that's what we need. We did have, the 2017 JLAR studies recommended that we do a cost analysis, which we did. We did an internal cost analysis. We brought in a couple school superintendents to help us with that. We had somebody from BDOE working with us on it. We came up with, here's how much it costs. We were ready to, I think our state board was ready to act on that, but there was last minute pushback, including letters to Belle Whelan at SAC COC, So she picks up the phone and calls us and says, what's going on in Virginia? Why am I getting all these letters from school superintendents? So I think it's going to take a while to get everybody in agreement and figure out how to pay for it as well. I think I said as one of my points that some of the school divisions pass the cost on to parents, others pay it out of their budget. That's big. So if there's suddenly the cost is going to go up, then that hits your budget or that hits the parents' pockets. So it really is a large issue to be resolved. As to whether or not JLARC is the right entity, I mean, they can do a cost analysis, and it sounds to me like that may be what they're planning to do. I haven't seen the description.
Yeah.
But to your point, at the end of the day, I'm not sure it matters really, because it's still gonna end up being a negotiated budget impact.
And that's the reason for another
Yeah.
couple of years. I mean, we're already buying.
Thank you.
Right. Too many more years, yes.
Yeah, just brief, thanks for that presentation. What does North Carolina know that we don't know? You're very adamant about it not happening here. What do they know that we don't? And I'm thinking specifically of the search triangle and awareness of how certain actions help to drive the economy. And I'm thinking of Amazon's recent entry as aggressive move in Virginia. So what do they know that we don't know?
There's just a different perspective on education funding overall in North Carolina. So tuition rates are really low in North Carolina for community colleges and universities. It's just a different political landscape. I will say this, there are many other states that, and I didn't pull this data together for today, but I could. There are many other states where the General Assembly either pays for dual enrollment or subsidizes dual enrollment. I'll use Kentucky as an example. Kentucky has, they call it a scholarship, but it pays for high school students to take X number of college classes. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3. But what an idea. Every student, every high school student in Kentucky gets the scholarship to take 2 or 3 college classes that's funded by the General Assembly. So, there are other examples nationally.
And unfortunately, I have to manage our time a little bit here, because I think we would like to spend more time. So, Peter, I think, obviously you're hearing, I think, a lack of comfort with councils to just kind of let things roll as they're rolling. And that is not indicative at all of saying that you guys haven't made, an incredible effort. And I know, thanks before and all that stuff. So, here this is support, not even right. But if you could, maybe talk to folks, what do you think is the right, either, policy or analysis, or, what is it that we can better do to just help to break this logjam? And yes, let's take advantage of, Daylar's work, certainly, we do not want to do that. But, you're hearing a lack of comfort.
Can we help accelerate it?
Yeah, exactly.
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. So my apologies, Joe. I'm thinking you weren't gonna chime in there with some good stuff. Henry, you're up, and we do need to manage time, so, thank you in advance.
Do I have a motion for that? I'm gonna use this microphone. Does that help you?
Yes.
Can you hear me better? So we had a number of items at the Academic Affairs Committee. The first group were the programs, action on programs at public institutions. Dr. DeForco worked us through these 3 applications. 2 of them we're going to recommend approval of. The third we're going to recommend tabling for another meeting. And I'll talk about that in a second. The first one is a UVA program, Bachelor of Arts in Computer Science. All of the little things fell into place at Schev in this program. They found enough student interest and enough funding and enough reason to do it to recommend that we approve it. We had a report from UVA Dr. Gerber was present. She is assistant vice provost for academic affairs at UVA. Talked a little bit about the difference between computer science and a PS degree and the computer science and a BA degree, and I thought that was quite interesting. But in the interest of time, let's just go forward on that. We recommend that the council approve the resolution set forth on page 14, UVA to initiate a Bachelor of Arts degree program in computer science, effective spring 2022.
We have a motion? Second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second program, whether you opposed,
They wouldn't do it.
The second program is at James Madison University. This is a Bachelor of Science in IT, Information Technology. We had Dr. Culver, Dean of the College of Integrated Science and Engineering, talk to us about IT and the difference between IT and computer science. Interesting discussion. The committee suggests that the council approve the resolution to set forth on page 17. And that resolution has got 2 parts. One is a funding part. JMU is attempting to get separate funding for this program through the General Assembly. If that happens, this resolution permits the executive director, Schev, to approve the program. If it doesn't happen, it permits the staff and the executive director to figure out if the funding is adequate and to approve the program if we find that it is. So I'm suggesting that we approve that the council will approve the resolution on page 17.
Motion from Henry, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Very good.
The third is a proposal at UVA for a BS in behavioral neuroscience. And this comes to us without recommendations for approval from our staff. Staff found that there was certainly adequate, there was plenty of student interest, there was plenty of resources, there was no duplication. This course does not exist in the state, and otherwise it is fully satisfies Schev's requirements except for one area, or two areas: specific demand and employment demand. The Schev staff was concerned that there was not enough jobs in Virginia calling for this degree, and not very many in the country. There are jobs in other parts of the country. UVA was there and presented to us, and I'm going to give Dr. Gertler a chance to say a little bit about this program just so you can hear from UVA. But their view is it's a new area. It's just developing, and it is showing up in other states, and it is an important program for UVA to pursue. So, Dr. Gertler, if you would like to give us about a minute and a half, I can probably get 2 minutes for you out of our chair.
Thank you for that. Hi, everyone. I'm Bree Berger, the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs at UVA. So we had proposed a BS in behavioral neuroscience. As Mr. Light said, this would be the first degree of behavioral neuroscience in the state of Virginia. There are at least a dozen, possibly a few dozen such degrees across the country. It's a burgeoning field, it's an emerging field, and it differs from neuroscience. So we already have a neuroscience degree. There are neuroscience majors at 12 other universities and colleges in Virginia. Behavioral neuroscience differs in that it's specifically about neuroscience relating to human behavior. And so students who get a degree in behavioral neuroscience learn about the neural bases of things like addiction, of trauma and the behavioral effects of trauma. Also the top pillars in Virginia, things like stroke and Alzheimer's. And so the research is obviously incredibly important. Since 2014 and the BRAIN initiatives launched by NIH, there's been a huge amount of federal funding for this. And so the graduates with this degree would find employment in research, in higher institutions of higher education that do research, R&D in drug companies that are developing pharmacological interventions to deal with some of these issues. We had a job listing from Walter Reed looking at neural basis of trauma. And I think the difficulty with the job ads is that because this would be the first of its kind in Virginia, we don't have a lot of Virginia ads. I think we don't have any that call specifically for a degree in behavioral neuroscience because they would have nothing in the pool of applicants. And so what we tried to do was to match the qualifications that we found in job ads with the expertise that the students would gain in this program. And I'd be happy, I don't know if anyone has questions about it, I'd be happy to answer questions. We're looking forward to working with Mr. DiFilippo on how to provide more information to the staff so that they can feel comfortable recommending this to the next meeting.
Thank you. Our committee is suggesting that we table this issue until the March meeting and permit UVA and staff to talk more about it and see if we can come to an agreement on how we go forward with this.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, here is a situation like we were just talking about where with the Office of Economics, Education Economics, what we need to know is the job opportunities are gonna be 6 years from now. And to me, it's more inferred from macroeconomic data instead of being field. Yeah, you're not gonna find a job ad for a degree that doesn't exist. So, I think you just need to be, reasonable about what that going to look like. Because I get, we're gonna invest taxpayer dollars, and we wanna make sure that there's a return in our community research. So I think the principles still hold. But I do think this is an unusual situation, but probably not the only one we're gonna, hopefully not the only one we're gonna encounter as we get better actually. That kind of, looking into the future, accountability for this.
Well, our committee has expressed concern that we didn't want to take action that was contrary to what staff had suggested, so we are sending this back to staff. Let staff work its way through it, see when we come out in May or in March. Dr. DeFilippo, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I think that's, I think that the remarks have been, well, I guess I add a little bit. The remarks that have been expressed are fair. I'm not convinced that the job ads that we have from Virginia really do describe the competencies in the program. So it wasn't just the occurrence of the phrase behavioral neuroscience, but I do think there are some additional things that UVA can do to bolster its case, and we'll be discussing with them to do that between now and March. Thank you.
So we don't have a motion on that action. The next item on our agenda was action on the revocation of certificate to operate by the Medical Learning Center. About a year, almost 2 years ago, our council approved going forward on the revocation of their license to operate. They had failed to respond to an audit request by Schev, which they are required to respond to. We've gone through all the procedural steps, including counseling and talking to them, having a hearing by Schev, and a report issued by Schev, and appealed to that to an administrative law judge appointed by the Supreme Court. And he has now opined that he agrees with Schev that they have not satisfied the requirements of Schev. So we have before us the final stage of this revocation, and it's a resolution that you will get. You know what it is, John?
The resolution is on page 24.
Page 24 to revoke the license of MCL, MLC, which is Medical Learning Center, to operate the Commonwealth. Now, this license applies only to what Schev regulates. That is, they can do other things that Schev doesn't regulate, but this applies to a degree. Is it practical nursing?
Correct. So when the certificate to operate is removed, that they're no longer regulated by Schev. They cannot offer any programs that require certification by Schev. In the case of this institution, there's a single program they offer that requires certification by Schev. That's the practical nursing program.
How many students would be impacted by this, and how would they be impacted?
None right now, because they have been.
I think it may not. I think it's not quite literally none. I think that they haven't been able to enroll new students for a while, but there may be some in one or two courses still. If you want to know the exact number, Sandra Freeman may be able to answer that.
So it will currently not affect 80 students. They have 25 students enrolled in the program, but at the last recertification, which occurred in November, the numbers have been reported to us indicated that all the students have graduated. So pretty much,
Just one more thing that was of interest that we had learned was that the Virginia Board of Nursing has also revoked.
So that's our resolution. We recommend that to council.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We then had had a discussion of the outstanding faculty awards, led by Ms. Mocker. Very interested in our report. The award has gone up from 5,000 to 7,500 for the 12, usually 12 professors who get these awards. These are these are such wonderful awards. You get probably 70 or 75 applications every year by extremely qualified people, nominations from the colleges, and that gets narrowed down to about 25. And the committee goes to work on that and comes up with 12 winners, but all 75 are extremely qualified and tremendously skilled faculty. So we're lucky to have this program. For those of you on Schev, or you are on Schev and maybe serving on this committee, you'll be happy to know that the packet has gone down from 19 pages to 11 pages. Back when I was doing it, it was 19 pages, it was hard copy. 11 is still a lot, but they are wonderful reading, and that is a tremendous program. It's funded by the Dominion Energy. We got a report from staff, a staff liaison report, with Dr. Philip Walters. Very impressive with the amount of work this group is doing.
Thank you.
And that's our report, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mike. Was our okay, I'm going to make up for a little bit of lost time here, I think, in part because Peter covered some of the items that we discovered in resources and planning in his overview. We had basically 3 items we discussed in the Resources and Planning Committee. The first is item 3C in the agenda book regarding governor's introduced budget. As I mentioned, Wendy provided an overview, and then Peter captured it in the general session as well. Nearly $925 million investment in higher education for the biennium. I think it's a record, if not historic high. Staff calculated this is about a 33% increase in the higher education operating budget and a 74% increase in financial aid. Major investments include increased funding for operations, including $40 million in one-time funds. Last year is now part of the institution's base budget money for O&M. There was full support for nearly all of Schev's financial aid budget recommendations, plus additional funding for TAG in the second year to $5,000, the expansion of the public HBCU college access program, and a new program at 2 private HBCUs, Hampton and UVU. Funding also included support for salary increases of 5% a year. One area of concern or focus for us is the salary increase. Funding is split between state and the institutions, which will, by definition, impact tuition and fees in the coming years. For capital investments, the state primarily funded funding in cash versus debt, with the exception of the equipment trust fund. Dean covered that in our last meeting as a likely outcome, and it did include maintenance reserve funding. Schev also has 2 studies proposed. One was requested by Schev for a review of student services. Another study was added for Schev to assess nursing shortages. There were 3 areas the staff noted that were not at this time included in the budget. And although we are still hopeful that they will reemerge, but at this time, just flagging the fact that they're not. Funding for the internship initiative, budget language for cost study, and mental health pilot, which we also discussed in the last meeting. Staff is currently and planning to work with legislators and staff to support these items. I think that at present we don't feel that there is any concern necessarily, but at least flagging that you're seeing here. Which led us to the second agenda item, which was regarding the cost study interim report. Wendy and Tom Allison provided the update. You may remember from this fall and last summer, the report includes an assessment of models used by other states, a review of historic funding, comparative analysis to other institutions, and development of principles for the funding formula, which is being worked on by Tom, as well as the financial, I think 6 or 8 financial folks in various institutions within Virginia. The staff remains engaged with those stakeholders. We're meeting every other week. In addition, staff receiving input from provosts and recently met with 2 legislators interested in the project. Just in terms of timeline, the main work on the model will begin in March after the session, and the final report is due July 1st. And we move into the implementation stage, and we need funding up with implementation as well. The final agenda item was 3E regarding the VASA, Virginia Alternative Student Aid Application, VASA app, which looks like this. Very exciting to see Lee and his team with this project to allow undocumented students and others who are not eligible to receive state financial aid now to apply. This change is a result of legislation passed in prior session to allow these students to be eligible for in-state tuition and member state aid. So not only has it been funded, but also we've stood up the portal, thanks to Lee and his team, which is Herculean given the current environment. Students are actually applying now. Will be eligible to receive this aid beginning August of 2022 this year. And the government provides state aid funding for this initiative and is introduced budget. That is my report.
Good. Thank you. I just had one comment that, we were talking about a little bit on the side, but just to work on the asset application and just the speed at which
amazing.
It got going and just flawed. And working on that. Pretty cool.
We rarely see a life cycle go that quickly. Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Peter, items delegated to staff, are there any in particular that you would like to highlight?
Madam Chair, no, these are on page 98, these are routine items relative to academic programs, or additional changes to be delegated to staff. 4.2, every week.
I don't believe we have any public comment. Yep, we have very such. Then do you have any old business that we would like to bring back up? Okay. Any new business? Any council members would like to bring up for free future discussion? I have a couple of things. One, we do have some certificates and pins for everybody who was either appointed or reappointed as of July 1st. If you don't mind, I'm using yours to show everybody. So this is the certificate for those people who aren't getting one today, you can covet. And then the lovely state pin. And so I would like to say thank you to all of you who have been appointed or reappointed. And there will be an envelope here with your names on them if you pick them up. But that would include Alex, Mirza, John, we'll hold on to yours, Victoria, Jenny, Melvin, Steph, and Katie. So thank you all for your service. It is much, much appreciated. So, sincerely thank you for your service. I do that. And if you bring a ton of value to the table, and it's just a pleasure to and with that, I think we are done for the day. So, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I messed up again. I have one other bit of business, and that is the resolution for Dr. Murray. I think, as you all know, he left us to go be the president of Strata, so very much pleased here. And so we do want to recognize and thank his contributions as we do this. It says, whereas Stephen Murray served with distinction as a member of the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia from January 2017 through December 2021, and whereas Dr. Murray performed as an exemplary member of the Resources and Planning Committee, of which he held the appointment of vice chair, as well as ad hoc committees on educational attainment, workforce alignment, and data policy. And whereas Dr. Murray functioned ably as the ex officio member who serves as president of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and provided his considerable expertise and insightful perspectives to the work of the council. And whereas, as a result of his unique career at the intersection of higher education and economic development, Dr. Murray served the council well in his efforts to better align post-secondary funding and programming with labor market needs, culminating in the establishment of the Virginia Office of Education Economics. And whereas, upon securing an unprecedented economic development achievement by positioning our strong and diverse system of higher education as the cornerstone of Virginia's successful proposal for Amazon's second camp headquarters, Dr. Murray championed the creation of the Tech Talent Initiative, which will impact institutions and students across the Commonwealth for decades to come. And whereas, via his enduring commitment to individual and community prosperity, and transformation through strategic, data-driven decisions and policies. Dr. Murray helped formulate pathways to opportunity in the Virginia Plan for Higher Education, which will affect future generations positively and profoundly. And whereas from his congenial demeanor, tactful articulation, and steadfast resolve, Dr. Murray has inspired confidence, respect, and gratitude among all council members who have enjoyed the honors and privilege of serving with him. And whereas Dr. Murray will continue to pursue progress in the best interest of higher education and will remain a trusted friend and valued advisor to the council and staff as we fulfill our mission of advancing Virginia through higher education. Now therefore be it resolved, the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia expresses its sincere gratitude and appreciation to Stephen Murray for his distinguished service and commitment, and extends to him his best wishes for his continued success and all future endeavors. So we will hear that. All very well said.
You need a motion on that?
And yes, we do need a motion to approve the resolution. Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you all, and with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did not know. I was surprised when Kelly's office said. I know, were you volunteered for? I hope not. It would be harder to get in touch with her and ask her about it. Yeah, no, that's
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Especially last week. I'm not doing that at all.
What I do?
Or just gavel.
Okay. We will. I think the idea of bringing. The second.